Looking back, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment the shift happened. The precise second the air changed from just cold and quiet to something else entirely, something that still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. I was in my late 20s then, a self-proclaimed expert in finding places forgotten by time and, more importantly, by people. I'd spent years honing my craft, navigating abandoned industrial sites, derelict farmhouses, even old sanatoriums. I knew the drill: check maps, research history, pack light, and always tell someone where I was going. Always. That last rule, the one about telling someone, was the first mistake I made. A small one, I thought at the time, easily brushed off as a lapse in my usually meticulous planning. But it turned out to be the first thread in a knot of bad decisions. It was a Tuesday, late autumn, when the air already held a bite that hinted at coming winter. The leaves were mostly down, and the sky was a flat, bruised gray. My target was an old fire watchtower, deep in the state forest, almost 30 miles from the nearest paved road. Locals called it the Sentinel, though no one had actually manned it in decades. It was supposedly decommissioned in the 70s, too remote and too dilapidated to be worth maintaining. Perfect for me. I'd seen blurry satellite images, just enough to confirm it was still standing, a skeletal finger against the dense canopy. I'd originally planned to go with my buddy Mark, but he'd bailaid last minute with a flu bug. Instead of rescheduling, my own stubbornness kicked in. I told myself it was fine. I'd done solo trips before. This wasn't some dangerous cave system. It was just a tower. A bit of a hike, maybe, but nothing I couldn't handle. So I packed my camera gear, a small first aid kit, some water, and a few energy bars. No cell service out there, I knew that much, but I'd be back by dark. Probably, I didn't bother leaving a note or sending a text to Mark, figuring I'd tell him all about it when he was feeling better. A minor oversight, really. Just me being a bit too confident, a touch too eager to get the shot before the winter snows made it impossible. The drive was long and bumpy, the gravel road steadily narrowing until it was little more than two muddy ruts. I parked my old truck at the edge of what looked like an overgrown logging trail, deep enough in the woods that even if someone drove by, which was highly unlikely, they wouldn't spot it. The silence descended the moment I killed the engine, thick and absolute, broken only by the crunch of dead leaves under my boots as I started walking. The trail wound through ancient pines, their needles forming a soft, decaying carpet. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. I followed my GPS, which showed the tower as a tiny speck on a topographical map deep in the green expanse. After about an hour, the woods began to thin slightly, and a definite path, faint but discernible, appeared. It led upwards, gently sloping, and I knew I was getting close. Then I saw it, taller than I expected, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. The Sentinel rose above the treetops. Its steel frame was rusted to a deep, ruddy brown, and the cabin at the very top, designed for a single fire watcher, was boarded up, its windows dark and empty. It looked every bit the forgotten relic I'd hoped for. As I approached the base, a strange feeling settled over me. It wasn't exactly dread, not yet, more like a quiet, watchful presence. The kind of feeling you get when you're alone in a very old place and you swear the air is just listening. The usual forest sounds, the rustle of squirrels, the distant call of a crow, seemed to have faded, leaving behind an almost unnatural quiet. It was like stepping into a soundproof room, an odd sensory isolation. I paused, taking a deep breath, and shook my head. Just the woods playing tricks, I told myself. A trick of the light, a trick of the silence. I took a few wide-angle shots of the tower's base, the corroded ladder stretching up into the gray sky. The forest floor around the tower was littered with fallen branches and a carpet of pine needles, perfectly undisturbed. No recent footprints, no signs of anyone else venturing here. Good, total isolation. I strapped my camera to my back and reached for the first rung, testing its strength. It held. The ascent was slow, each rusty rung groaning under my weight. The higher I climbed, the more the forest fell away beneath me, replaced by an expanse of undulating gray-green. When I finally reached the small, square cabin at the top, my arms ached, and my heart hammered against my ribs. The door to the cabin was warped and partially open, hanging crookedly on one hinge. Inside, it was a mess of debris, fallen plaster, and what looked like old bird nests. Dust motes danced in the slivers of weak light filtering through gaps in the boarded-up windows. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing a rickety table, a rusted stove, and a single, surprisingly intact chair. And then there they were. On the table, amidst the grime and decay, stood not one, but three large antique clocks. An old grandfather clock, its pendulum missing, a mantel clock with an ornate brass casing, and a smaller, simpler alarm clock. They were coated in a fine layer of dust, but otherwise looked strangely preserved, almost cared for, and all three of them were running, their hands spinning, silent. My flashlight moved from one to the next. The grandfather clock showed 1:17, the mantel clock 4:03, the alarm clock 10:55. I checked my watch. It was 2:38 p.m. None of the times matched, not each other, and certainly not the real time. And then a new thought, colder than the wind whistling through the gaps in the boards, struck me. The movements were fluid, continuous. The second hands, though soundless, were sweeping. They weren't broken. They were moving. My rational mind tried to explain it away. Maybe they were just winding down, or broken in a way that made them perpetually run in circles. But the silence in the cabin, the heavy, unnatural silence, pressed in. It felt like the air itself was holding its breath. And as I watched, the smallest brass-cased alarm clock, the one showing 10:55, seemed to jerk. Not a smooth sweep, but a sudden, almost imperceptible tremor, and then its minute hand skipped forward. Just a fraction, a moment later, the second hand on the grandfather clock seemed to stutter, before resuming its silent sweep. It was too subtle to be sure. I blinked, my eyes straining in the dim light. I must have imagined it. Just the light or my own fatigue. But the feeling in the pit of my stomach, a cold, clenching knot, was definitely not imagined. The silence around me suddenly felt less like peace and more like a predator holding its breath. I forced myself to breathe, a ragged intake of the dusty, still air. My rational mind, the part of me that catalogued and photographed the forgotten corners of the world, screamed for an explanation. Faulty mechanisms, residual kinetic energy from someone long gone, a bizarre prank set up by some other urban explorer. But the last thought died almost as soon as it formed. No one would trek 30 miles into the wilderness, scale a decaying tower, just to wind up three old clocks. And the way they moved, it wasn't the languid, tired drag of dying gears. It was deliberate, if not quite smooth. "Okay," I whispered, the sound swallowed by the cabin's oppressive quiet. "Okay, just clocks." I took a shaky step closer, shining my flashlight over the smallest, brass-cased alarm clock. Its face was surprisingly clean, almost polished. The numbers were crisp black against a yellowed white background. 10:55. As I watched, mesmerized, the minute hand performed its subtle jerk again, a tiny, almost imperceptible lurch forward. And then, a moment later, it happened to the grandfather clock. Not its second hand this time, but the minute hand, catching, then skipping ahead by a fraction of a millimeter. The time on its face now read something closer to 1:18, but it was impossible to be precise. My heart thrummed a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This wasn't winding down. This wasn't faulty. This was active and silent. A profound sense of unease, far deeper than simple spookiness, began to settle in my bones. It felt like being watched, not by a person, but by the space itself, by the very air that seemed to press in on me. I instinctively turned, sweeping my flashlight beam around the cramped cabin. Nothing, just the warped wood of the walls, the piles of plaster dust, a broken plank. But the feeling persisted, an itch under my skin, a prickle at the back of my neck. I backed away from the table, my eyes still fixed on the clocks, as if expecting them to suddenly chime, or worse, to animate in some impossible way. My gaze swept over the single, intact chair. It was a simple wooden chair, dark with age, and it faced the table directly, as if someone had just been sitting there watching the clocks. My flashlight caught something on the seat, a faint outline. I leaned closer, my breath hitching. It was an impression, a faint, almost ghost-like depression in the ancient dust that coated the chair's wooden seat. It looked like someone had been sitting there very recently, too recently. The dust was thick, layered, decades old. A fresh impression would have been startlingly clear. This was soft, like a memory of a presence, not a direct impact. It was the kind of detail that my logical brain immediately dismissed as imagination or a trick of the light, but my gut recoiled. "No," I mumbled, shaking my head. "No, that's just the dust settling." But the silence in the cabin seemed to deepen, to absorb my words, leaving no echo. I felt an undeniable urge to get out, to climb back down the ladder, get to my truck, and drive until the paved road felt safe and familiar beneath my tires. The shots I'd already taken would be good enough. No need to linger. I turned to leave, my hand reaching for the warped doorframe. But then a thought, cold and sharp, cut through my panic. If I left now, I'd never know. The clocks, the impression on the chair, the unsettling silence, they would gnaw at me. My curiosity, the very trait that had led me to places like this, warred with my burgeoning fear. Just a few more minutes, I told myself, trying to sound confident. Just to check everything, get a photo of the clocks, then I'm gone. I pulled my camera from my bag, my hands trembling slightly as I adjusted the settings. I wanted a clear shot of the clocks, something to prove to myself later that I hadn't imagined their unsettling stillness and subtle movements. As I framed the shot, the grandfather clock, the largest of the three, let out a soft, almost imperceptible click. My finger froze on the shutter button. I watched, my eyes wide, as its minute hand jumped forward again, this time a more definite, noticeable increment. It moved from 1:18 to what looked like 1:20. My breath caught in my throat. I lowered the camera slowly, my gaze fixed on the antique timepieces. This was no longer subtle. This was happening. These clocks were not just running. They were advancing in short, silent, uneven bursts. I checked my own watch again, still 2:38 p.m. The daylight outside, filtering through the gaps in the boards, was beginning to wane, taking on that soft, bruised quality of late afternoon. I had to go, now. But my feet wouldn't move. A macabre fascination had taken hold, gluing me to the spot. I had to know why. What was making them move? Was there some hidden mechanism, some bizarre magnetic field, or was it something else? I forced myself to take the picture, the click of the shutter sounding impossibly loud in the silence. Then another, closer shot of the three faces. I felt a desperate need to document this, to have undeniable proof for the person I would eventually tell, if I ever told anyone. The part of my brain that was still analytical noted the absence of any power source, any wires, any obvious method of winding or operation. These were old mechanical clocks, long defunct. My flashlight beam, almost subconsciously, began to sweep over the rest of the cabin. The rusted stove, its door ajar, a scattering of dry, brittle leaves that had blown in through the cracks. More importantly, the remaining windows. All of them were boarded up from the inside, thick planks nailed securely in place. But one set of boards on the far wall looked different, newer. The wood was less weathered, and the nails gleamed faintly, not yet completely rusted over. Driven by an impulse I couldn't ignore, I moved towards them. The air grew colder as I approached, a damp, earthy chill that wasn't present in the center of the cabin. I pressed my ear against the boards. Nothing, just the heavy silence. I noticed something else then, something my initial scan had missed in the general clutter. Tucked away in a dark corner, partly obscured by a fallen ceiling beam, was a small canvas bag. It looked like an old prospecting bag, or perhaps a satchel a surveyor might carry. It wasn't dusty like everything else. It had a worn, almost recently used quality to it, like a bag that had been put down, not abandoned. My heart started to pound again, this time with a mixture of apprehension and a fresh jolt of curiosity. Someone else had been here, not decades ago, but recently. Why, and why leave a bag? I knelt, pushing aside the debris, and reached for it. The canvas was thick, heavy, surprisingly intact. It had a drawstring closure, which was tightly pulled. My fingers fumbled with the knot, untying it slowly, my eyes darting back to the clocks. They remained still, their silent, uneven advance halted for the moment. The bag opened with a faint sigh of displaced air. I shone my flashlight inside. My breath hitched. The first thing I saw was a small, leather-bound journal. Its cover was dark green, and it looked well used, the corners soft with age. Beneath it, nestled in what looked like a crumpled, faded map, were several small, carefully wrapped bundles of cloth. And then at the very bottom, a single, polished river stone, smooth and gray. My hand trembled as I reached for the journal. This felt like a profound intrusion, more so than simply exploring an abandoned structure. This was someone's personal effects, but the unsettling circumstances, the running clocks, the chilling silence pushed me forward. I had to know if this offered any answers. I opened the journal, the pages crackling softly. The handwriting was neat, precise, but dense, filling every available space. The ink was faded in places, but still legible. The date on the first visible entry made my blood run cold. October 27th, 1973. That was the year the tower was reportedly decommissioned, and today was late autumn, almost exactly 50 years later. I quickly flipped through a few pages, my eyes scanning for clues. The language was strange, formal, almost archaic in places, mixed with scientific-sounding terminology. It was filled with observations, data points, and what looked like astrological symbols mixed with geometric diagrams. There were references to harmonic convergence, temporal flux, and resonance points. I wasn't a scholar, and most of it was gibberish to me, but a few words leaped out, chilling me to the bone. The watchers stir, the confluence nears, the device holds. My eyes flew to the clocks. The device, was he talking about them? Another passage, just a few pages later. The silence grows. It is not an absence of sound, but an amplification of the unsound. A pressure. It tests the will. It seeks entry. I swallowed hard, the words echoing the very feeling I had been experiencing. The silence, the pressure. This person, the journal's owner, had felt it too. I flipped to a page near the middle, a diagram catching my eye. It was a rough sketch of the tower's cabin, with the positions of the 3 clocks marked. and then a series of concentric circles radiating from them, each labeled with different times. 1, 17, 4, 0, 3, 10:55. The exact times I had seen on the clocks when I first entered. My mind reeled. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't some random setup. This was deliberate, and someone had documented it. I read the accompanying text, my flashlight beam shaking. The three anchors, each a key, the grandfather the past, the mantle the present, the alarm the future. Their divergent flows create the field. The subtle shifts indicate resonance. When all three align, the gate opens. The gate opens. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just some eccentric's ramblings. This was a cult, or something even stranger. I looked at my watch again. 2:38 p.m. I looked at the clocks. The grandfather clock now read 1:21. The mantle clock still held at 4:03. The alarm clock was at 10:56. They were still out of sync, wildly so, but the idea of them aligning, it was terrifying. A sudden, sharp creak from the floorboards directly behind me made me jump, spinning around with a gasp. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, but there was nothing. No one. Just the empty space where I had been standing moments before by the door. The sound had been distinct, like a heavy boot shifting weight on old wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. I was alone. There was no one here, but the sound had been real. I spun back to the journal, my fingers almost tearing the delicate pages. I needed more answers, and I needed them fast. I scanned further, my eyes desperately searching for a clue, an explanation, anything that could ground me in reality. The power ebbs with the sun, strengthens with the dark. The veil thins at twilight. The entity draws near. It seeks a vessel. It seeks to cross. The words blurred before my eyes. The entity, vessel, cross. I felt a wave of nausea. This was too much, too insane. I was 30 miles from anywhere, in a rickety tower, reading the deranged ramblings of a long-dead man about sentient clocks and unseen entities. I slammed the journal shut. This was not okay. My rational mind was screaming for retreat, for immediate escape. This wasn't a cool urban exploration find. This was a descent into something deeply unsettling, something I had no business being a part of. I stuffed the journal back into the canvas bag, not bothering to retie it. I grabbed my camera, shoved it into my bag, and turned to the door, my leg muscles screaming for action. I needed to get down that ladder. Now. As I reached the door, my hand brushing against the warped wood, a low, guttural thump echoed from directly below the cabin. It was heavy, resonant, like something large had just impacted the metal frame of the tower. Not an animal, not wind. It sounded like someone was climbing. I froze, every nerve ending screaming. My breath hitched, caught in my throat. I couldn't move. I strained my ears, but the silence had returned, thick and absolute, mocking me. Was it just the tower settling, a trick of the wind, or was it the entity, the one that sought a vessel? My mind flashed back to the rule I'd broken. Always tell someone where you're going. No one knew I was here. No one was coming to look for me. I was utterly, completely alone, and possibly not. I pressed my back against the door, my gaze fixed on the open trapdoor in the floor that led to the ladder. Darkness pooled below it, a gaping maw. I waited, heart pounding, for another sound. Nothing, just the slow, internal rhythm of my own blood rushing in my ears. Slowly, carefully, I moved away from the door, towards the center of the cabin. My eyes darted around, searching for a weapon, a place to hide anything. There was nothing, just dust, decay, and the silent, ticking clocks. My gaze fell upon the boarded-up windows again, specifically the ones with the newer-looking planks. A faint, almost imperceptible sliver of light, not natural daylight, seemed to emanate from a tiny gap between two of the boards. It was a cold, bluish light, almost like moonlight, even though the sun was still hours from setting. Driven by a desperate need to see out, to confirm I was truly alone, I fumbled for my multi-tool. My hands were shaking so badly that it took several tries to extend the small pry bar. I carefully inserted the tip into the narrow gap between the newer boards, bracing my foot against the wall. "Just a peek," I mumbled, trying to reassure myself. "Just to see." I pulled gently, the old wood groaning softly. The nail holding the board closest to the gap seemed to give a little. I pulled again, harder this time. With a loud crack, the old wood splintered around the nail, and the board swung outwards, hanging precariously from its remaining rusty fastenings. A blast of cold, damp air rushed into the cabin, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and something else, something metallic and ancient. My eyes widened. Outside, the forest was bathed in a surreal, ethereal blue light. It wasn't the blue of twilight or the gray of impending night. It was an impossible, glowing blue, emanating from the very air, from the space between the trees. The world outside looked like a photograph that had been tinted, every shadow deepened, every leaf edge outlined in ghostly azure. And the silence, it was no longer heavy, but absolute. Not a single rustle, not a chirp, not a breath of wind. And then I saw it. Moving through the blue-tinged forest below the tower was a figure. Tall, impossibly thin, its form indistinct against the glowing backdrop. It didn't walk, it seemed to glide, almost float, its movements eerily silent. It was coming towards the tower, not a person. No, this was not a person. It was too tall, too gaunt, too wrong. Its limbs seemed to stretch and contort, its head a mere blur against the blue-tinged pines. My blood ran cold. This was the entity from the journal. It was here. It was coming for the tower, coming for me. A choked sound escaped my throat. I stumbled back from the window, heart hammering, every instinct screaming at me to run, to hide, to somehow make myself invisible. The board I had pried open swayed back and forth, creaking loudly in the impossible silence. My eyes darted to the trapdoor. Below, it was coming from below. I couldn't go down. I was trapped. Panic, hot and sharp, flared through me. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against my ears, trying to block out the image of the gliding figure, the unnatural blue light, the words from the journal. "It seeks a vessel." When I opened my eyes, my gaze fell on the 3 clocks. They were no longer still. All 3 of them were moving, their second hands sweeping in frantic, silent circles. The minute hands were jumping, not in subtle increments, but in rapid, visible jerks. And then, the most terrifying thing of all, the times on their faces were rapidly changing. The grandfather clock, previously at 1:21, was now rapidly approaching 2:00. The mantel clock, once 4:03, was now showing something closer to 5:00. And the alarm clock, 10:56, was racing towards 11:00. They weren't aligning in numerical sequence, but they were all moving, accelerating, like gears that had suddenly been thrown into overdrive. The air in the cabin grew even colder, so cold that I could see my own breath misting in front of my face. The blue light from outside seemed to pulse, casting shifting shadows through the gaps in the boards. A low, vibrating hum, almost below the threshold of hearing, began to fill the cabin, a sound that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a pressure on my eardrums, a deep, resonant thrumming that made my teeth ache. My ears popped, my vision blurred. The entire cabin seemed to sway, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor that ran through the metal frame of the tower itself. Loose plaster dust rained down from the ceiling in faint, powdery streams. I stumbled back, tripping over a loose plank, and fell hard against the wall. The canvas bag with the journal flew from my grip, spilling its contents across the dusty floor. The small, polished river stone rolled across the cabin, coming to rest near the trapdoor. The hum intensified, rising in pitch, a deafening drone that vibrated through my very bones. The clocks on the table were now a blur of frantic hands, their specific times indistinguishable. They were racing towards an unknown convergence, a terrifying alignment. I scrambled on my hands and knees, desperate to retrieve the journal, convinced it held the key, the instructions, the escape. My fingers scrabbled for the pages, but the world was tilting. The cabin was definitely swaying now, not gently, but with a rhythmic, sickening lurch. Through the still open gap in the boards, the blue light outside flared, growing brighter, more intense, until it was almost blinding. I saw, just for a split second, the impossibly tall figure pause directly at the base of the tower, its form silhouetted against the brilliant azure. It seemed to look up directly at me, its featureless head tilting. Then from the trapdoor in the floor, a new sound. A scraping, slithering sound, like something impossibly heavy dragging itself up the metal ladder rungs, slowly, deliberately. Each scrape was followed by a soft, wet thump. My blood froze. It was inside the tower. It was climbing. The hum reached a crescendo, a piercing, agonizing whine that filled my head, making my vision swim. The cabin shook violently, planks tearing away from the walls with splintering crashes. One of the newer boards I had tried to pry open ripped free entirely, flying across the room and shattering against the far wall. Through the now larger opening, the blue light streamed in, bathing the entire cabin in its unearthly glow. I gasped, pressing my hands against my ears, trying to block out the unbearable sound. But it was no longer just external. It was inside me, vibrating in my skull, in my teeth, in my very bones. My eyes, watering from the intensity of the light and the sound, darted to the clocks. They were still spinning, but something was different. Their silent race had slowed momentarily, and as I watched, my breath held, all three of them began to lock into place. The grandfather clock, its hands jerking, settled on 12:00. The mantle clock, with a final, shuddering rotation, settled on 12:00. The alarm clock, its second hand freezing mid-sweep, settled on 12:00. All three hands on all three clocks pointed precisely to the 12, midnight. The moment they aligned, the deafening hum cut out, abruptly, completely. The sudden, absolute silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It was a vacuum, a total absence of sound, so profound it felt like it was sucking the air from my lungs. The blue light outside, instead of fading, intensified, becoming a solid, brilliant wall of impossible color beyond the gaping hole in the wall. And then from the trapdoor, a shape began to emerge. Slow, deliberate. First, a long, impossibly slender limb, jointed in ways that no human limb should be, covered in something dark and glistening. It reached up, slowly, gripping the edge of the trapdoor opening. Then another, pulling the rest of the being upwards. It rose slowly into the cabin, tall, gaunt, its head a featureless, elongated oval, utterly devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth. Its form seemed to shimmer, to absorb the blue light rather than reflect it. It smelled of ozone and damp earth and something else, something ancient and metallic. It was here, in the cabin, with me. My mind shattered. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a hallucination. This was real, and it was terrifying. It paused, its head tilting, as if sensing my presence, though it had no visible means of doing so. The silence pressed in, heavy and absolute, as if the entire universe had paused to watch this impossible tableau. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. My muscles had locked, frozen by pure, unadulterated terror. My eyes were fixed on the thing, this impossible entity that had crawled from the depths of the forest, up the tower, drawn by the convergence of the silent clocks. It took a single, slow, deliberate step towards me. Its foot, if it could be called that, was also elongated, almost hoof-like, leaving a faint, dark, glistening print on the dusty floorboards. My gaze flickered uncontrollably to the canvas bag, to the journal, to the river stone that had rolled near the trapdoor. The journal had spoken of a vessel. The creature took another step. And then, just as my mind threatened to completely unravel, the voice began. Not a sound, not an audible word, but a thought, clear and resonant, directly in my mind. It was cold, ancient, and utterly alien. Well, finally. The single word echoed in my skull, shaking me to my core. It was not a question. It was a statement, a declaration, and it was directed at me. The creature raised one impossibly long, slender arm, its hand reaching out, palm open, towards me. The shimmering quality of its form intensified, and a faint, electric crackling sound, like static electricity, began to fill the vacuum of silence. My entire being screamed. My body, until now frozen, finally responded. With a guttural cry ripped from the deepest part of my chest, I lurched backwards, away from its grasping hand, away from the terrifying presence that now filled the small cabin. My hand instinctively snatched at the nearest object, something hard and heavy, the polished river stone. Without thinking, driven by primal terror, I threw it. It flew through the air, a small, dark projectile, and struck the shimmering form of the creature directly in its featureless chest. There was no sound of impact, no thud, no crack. Instead, the stone seemed to simply pass through the creature, as if it were made of smoke or light. It didn't even faze it. The creature simply continued its slow, deliberate advance, its arm still extended. My mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation, an escape, anything. The journal, the map, the other wrapped bundles. Perhaps there was something in them, some charm, some instruction. As the creature reached within inches of me, its shimmering form radiating an unbearable cold, I felt my consciousness begin to fray at the edges. The electric crackle intensified, and I felt a pressure building behind my eyes, as if my skull were about to burst. I looked frantically at the clocks. All three still pointed to 12:00, their hands locked in unnatural stillness. Then, just as the creature's extended hand was about to make contact, the sound returned. Not the hum, but a different sound. A deep, resonant thump-thump-thump. It was the steady, rhythmic beat of a pendulum. My gaze snapped to the grandfather clock. Its pendulum, which I had clearly seen as missing when I first entered, was now swinging. Slowly, deliberately, a dark arc against the ruined clock face. Thump-a-thump-thump. The sound, though quiet, was impossibly loud in the absolute silence of the cabin. It was an anchor in the maelstrom of my terror, a tiny thread of sanity. The creature paused. Its arm, still extended, trembled. The shimmering quality of its form flickered, almost imperceptibly. Thump, 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 the pendulum continued its slow, rhythmic swing. And then the impossible happened. The alarm clock, the smallest of the three, let out a piercing, mechanical ring. It was deafening. It was a sound of reality, a jarring intrusion into the ethereal horror that had engulfed me. The jarring, clanging sound of an old, mechanical alarm clock. The creature recoiled. A visible shudder ran through its shimmering form. The blue light outside flickered, diminished. The electric crackling sound faded. The creature let out a silent, internal scream that ripped through my mind, a scream of pure, agonizing pain and frustration. It was so intense that I clutched my head, my eyes squeezed shut against the psychic assault. When I opened them again, the creature was gone. It hadn't dissipated, it hadn't faded, it was simply not there. The space it had occupied was empty, save for the lingering scent of ozone and cold. The blue light outside, though still present, had dimmed considerably, becoming a mere glow rather than a blinding curtain. The grandfather clock's pendulum had stopped. The alarm clock had fallen silent. All three clocks still showed 12:00. I lay there sprawled on the dusty floor, gasping for breath, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. My mind struggled to process what had just happened. An alien entity, silent, accelerating clocks, a psychic attack, and then an alarm clock and a pendulum had somehow repelled it. It was too much. My rational mind was utterly broken. I pushed myself up slowly, painfully, my muscles screaming in protest. My head throbbed, and a metallic taste filled my mouth. I crawled towards the canvas bag, desperate for answers. I pulled out the journal again, my hands still shaking. I needed to know more about this entity, about the clocks, about everything. I flipped through the pages frantically, past the strange diagrams and the cryptic notes. Then I found it, a passage heavily underlined. The resonance is disturbed by the natural cadence. The rhythmic beat, the sudden chime, these are anathema to its crossing. They shatter the veil. They return it to its rightful place. My breath hitched. The pendulum, the alarm, they hadn't just repelled it, they had shattered the veil. Whatever that meant, they had sent it back. But to where, and for how long? I looked around the ruined cabin. The wind was now whistling through the new gaps in the boards, a cold, mournful sound. The blue light outside was fading, returning to the bruised gray of late afternoon. The clocks stood silent, still, their hands frozen at 12:00. My eyes fell on the river's stone, still lying near the trapdoor where it had rolled. I had thrown it, and it had passed through. But the clocks, the natural cadence, they had worked. I stumbled to the open window, looking out at the forest below. The blue light was almost gone, replaced by the familiar deepening shadows of dusk. The trees looked like trees again, not ethereal outlines, but the silence remained, a deep, unnatural quiet that was no longer oppressive but watchful. I had to get out of here, now. But as I turned from the window, my gaze caught on something else. On the dusty floorboards, directly where the creature had stood, there was a faint, almost invisible mark. Not a footprint, but a faint, glistening residue. And emanating from it, extending across the floor, was a network of incredibly fine, almost translucent threads. They pulsed with a faint, internal light, like spider silk catching moonlight, stretching towards the clocks, connecting to them not physically, but energetically. They looked like filaments of pure drawn light, shimmering faintly. These threads were what remained. The creature was gone, but it had left something behind, a connection. My eyes widened in horror. It wasn't just repelled, it was still tethered, still here somehow. The cold dread returned, even stronger than before. I wasn't safe, not yet. I glanced at the canvas bag again, the other wrapped bundles. I hadn't looked at them. They might hold more answers, more defenses. My fingers still shaking, fumbled with the first small cloth bundle. I unwrapped it carefully. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried herbs, was a crudely carved wooden idol. It was small, no bigger than my thumb, a stylized figure with elongated limbs and a featureless head, exactly like the creature I had just seen. But this one had tiny, carefully etched markings along its surface, symbols that resembled the ones I'd seen in the journal. It was a crude, ancient depiction of it. The next bundle contained a handful of dried leaves and flowers, tied together with a length of rough twine. They smelled strongly of sage and something else, something bitter and earthy. The final bundle was just a small glass vial, filled with a dark, viscous liquid. The liquid seemed to shimmer faintly, catching the dim light. I looked at the idol, then at the dried herbs, then at the vial. This was a survival kit, a defense. The journal's owner hadn't just observed the entity, he had prepared for it. He had known how to fight it, or at least how to temporarily banish it. My gaze returned to the clock faces, frozen at 12:00. The blue light outside was fading fast, but the threads on the floor still pulsed faintly. The journal had mentioned twilight as a time when the veil thinned, and the creature's power strengthens with the dark. It was getting dark fast. I had to move. I had to understand this. I had to get out. But how? The ladder was where the creature had come from. The forest outside felt like a trap, still humming with residual, unseen energy. A low growl rumbled in my stomach, reminding me of the simple human needs that still persisted amidst the impossible. I had been here for hours, consumed by this escalating horror. My water bottle was almost empty. The energy bars were still in my bag, untouched. My body was exhausted, my mind frayed. I looked at my watch. It was 5:15 p.m. The sun would be fully down soon. A desperate resolve began to harden in me. I was not going to die in this tower. I was not going to be a vessel. I picked up the journal again, clutching it tightly. I had to read it, every word. I had to understand the rules of this impossible game I had stumbled into. I had to find a way to break these threads, to sever the connection, to truly banish whatever it was. But the light was failing. I needed more light, and I couldn't use my flashlight for long. Its batteries were already getting low. I had to get down the ladder, risk the encounter with whatever residual presence might linger, and get to my truck. But the idea of going down that ladder, into the darkening forest, knowing what had just ascended it. No, not yet. I couldn't risk it, not with the light fading. I scanned the cabin again, frantically. There had to be something, a lamp, a candle, anything. My eyes fell on the rusted stove in the corner. It was old, but still intact, and next to it, tucked into a small, built-in shelf, were two old oil lamps. They were dusty, so encrusted with grime that I hadn't noticed them before. One was empty. The other, surprisingly, still had a small amount of dark, sludgy oil at the bottom, and next to it, a box of matches, old and damp, but possibly usable. A flicker of hope, enough light to read, to strategize, to survive the night if I had to. I grabbed the lamp, my fingers clumsy. My plan, such as it was, began to form. I would light the lamp, read the journal. I would light the lamp, read the journal, and figure out how to survive. My hands, still clumsy with a mix of fear and adrenaline, fumbled with the old oil lamp. It was heavier than it looked, made of tarnished brass and thick, smoked glass. The wick, when I managed to adjust it, was brittle, almost carbonized. Next to it, the matches, their wooden stems swollen with damp, felt fragile in my grasp. I struck the first one against the rough surface of the box. A weak scrape, a shower of sparks, but no flame. My heart sank. I tried a second, nothing. A third, it flared, a tiny, defiant spark, then died. Panic clawed at me. No light meant no reading. No reading meant no answers. No answers meant, well, I didn't want to think about what that meant. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady my hands. This wasn't just about reading a journal anymore. It was about buying myself time, about holding back the encroaching darkness and the things that came with it. I tried another match, holding it close to the wick with trembling fingers. This time, after a tense moment, a tiny yellow flame sputtered to life. I held it to the lamp's wick, shielding it from the drafts with my body. The wick caught, hesitant at first, then burned with a steady, low glow. I quickly replaced the glass chimney, securing it into place. The lamp cast a small circle of warm, flickering light, pushing back the shadows in the cramped cabin. It was a meager defense against the gathering gloom, but it felt like a lifeline. I dragged the surprisingly intact chair away from the table, the one with the strange impression in the dust, and positioned it near the stove, facing the open window with the missing board. I needed to keep an eye on those pulsing threads, on the fading blue light. I pulled the canvas bag closer, spilling the journal and the other objects onto the floor near my feet. The journal was my priority. I opened it again, carefully turning the brittle pages. The faint, metallic scent of ozone still clung to the air, a phantom reminder of the entity's presence. The silence, though no longer absolute, felt heavy and watchful, punctuated only by the soft, rhythmic hiss of the lamp's flame and the occasional creak of the ancient tower. I found the heavily underlined passage about the resonance disturbed by natural cadence. That explained the pendulum and the alarm. It offered a momentary reprieve, but not a solution. I needed more. I began to read from the beginning, determined to absorb every word, every cryptic symbol. The initial entries, dated from late October 1973, were a mix of personal observations and scientific-sounding data. The author, who signed himself only as Elias Thorne, had clearly been a meticulous man, albeit one operating far outside conventional science. October 27, 1973, arrival at Site Alpha. Preliminary readings confirm significant energy fluctuations. The local populace speaks of the Sentinel as merely a relic, but their superstitions, as always, hold grains of forgotten truth. This location is a focal point, a nexus. The silence here is profound. It is not an absence, but a presence. It listens. I shivered, remembering my own initial feelings upon arriving. Elias had felt it too. He went on to describe the tower itself, noting its unusual construction materials and its placement at a specific confluence of geological ley lines, which he believed created a temporal resonance chamber. He spoke of ancient knowledge, of hidden currents beneath the earth, and of the veil, a thin membrane separating our reality from another. The veil thins at specific loci, under specific celestial alignments. The Sentinel, by its very design and placement, acts as a thinning agent. The three chronometers, the grandfather, the mantle, the alarm, are not mere timekeepers. They are harmonic anchors, each attuned to a different flow of time, past, present, future. When their individual currents are deliberately manipulated to converge, they create a momentary rift, a gate. My eyes darted to the clocks, still frozen at 12:00, harmonic anchors, gate. It was all coming together with a horrifying clarity. Elia's entries grew more frantic as the days progressed. He described his experiments, his attempts to synchronize the clocks using a complex system of weights and counterweights, powered by a self-winding mechanism he had apparently designed and built into the table. So they weren't entirely self-propelled, but his description suggested a continuous, almost perpetual motion once set. He had removed the pendulums, he noted, and modified the internal gears to allow for nonlinear temporal acceleration. He called this his device. November 3rd, 1973. The device is calibrated. The chronometers respond, albeit with inherent resistance. The grandfather past is stubborn, its flow difficult to divert. The mantle present is volatile, easily influenced. The alarm future is the most amenable, its mechanisms eager to rush forward. Their synchronous alignment is the key. When they achieve a state of 0-point temporal differential, a perfect 12, 0, 0 across all three, the gate achieves maximum aperture. My blood ran cold. 0-point temporal differential. That's what I had witnessed. The clocks all pointing to 12:00. The gate fully open. The purpose of the gate is not to travel through time, but to travel outside of it, to cross dimensions. It is a pathway for the Watchers. The Watchers, this was the name Elias gave to the entities. He explained that they were not from our dimension, but from a parallel reality, a realm of pure unbound time, a place without linear progression, without form as we understood it. They existed as consciousness, as pure will, but they yearned for manifestation, for a tangible presence in our structured reality. They were drawn to these thinned veils, these gates. They are called Watchers for a reason. They observe, they wait, they seek a vessel to cross fully, a living form, one with a strong psychic resonance and open mind, one whose fear, whose desperation can be amplified and used as a conduit for their entry. I gasped, my hand flying to my mouth, my fear. That was why it had focused on me. I was a vessel, an unwilling, terrified host. Elias detailed the creature's attributes, its lack of physical form, its ability to influence minds, its abhorrence of natural cadence. He wrote about the unbearable silence it brought, the cold, the pressure, every symptom I'd experienced. He confirmed its form was transient, almost spectral, a manifestation of pure potentiality rather than solid matter. That explained why the stone had passed through it. He then described his attempts to repel it. Early experiments with loud noises, bright lights, even specific frequencies of sound had failed. The entity seemed to absorb them, to thrive on the disruption. But then he discovered something. November 7th, 1973. Breakthrough. My original hypothesis regarding natural cadence was flawed in scope. It is not any cadence, but the intrinsic, inherent rhythm of our reality. The grandfather's pendulum, a symbol of cyclical time, of the steady, unwavering march of moments. The alarm's chime, a sudden, jarring disruption of silence, a herald of a fixed point in time. These are antithetical to the Watcher's formless existence. They ground it, they repel it. They shatter its nascent manifestation, forcing it back across the veil. So the pendulum and the alarm clock weren't just random noises. They were symbolic, fundamental representations of our reality's temporal structure. They had acted like a physical barrier, a resonant frequency that broke the entity's hold. But the expulsion is temporary. The Watcher, once it has established even a tenuous connection, leaves behind an echo, a tether. These are not physical, but energetic filaments, linking it to our plane, to the gate, and if it finds a willing or vulnerable host, to that host as well. These tethers must be severed, or the watcher will return. Each sundown, the veil thins further. Each passing hour strengthens the tethers, drawing the watcher closer, until it can cross again, with greater ease, with greater force. My eyes shot to the floor. The faint, glowing threads were still there, pulsing faintly, snaking across the dusty wood, converging towards the silent clocks. Tethers, and it was almost sundown. I was running out of time. To sever the tethers, a ritual is required, a cleansing. I have prepared the necessary components. The idol, carved from elder wood, bears the sigils of binding. The dried herbs, a mixture of sage, yarrow, and rue, are for purification. The vial contains the liquid of unbinding, a potent distillation of resonant minerals and lunar water. All must be used in concert at the nexus point, under the waxing crescent moon. Waxing crescent moon. I didn't know what phase the moon was in tonight. I had been so focused on the tower, on the climb, on the entity, that I hadn't paid any attention to the sky. I glanced out the window again. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, transitioning rapidly to black. No moon was visible yet, just the first pinpricks of stars. I looked at the objects next to me on the floor. The small, crudely carved wooden idol, the bundle of dried herbs, the vial of viscous, shimmering liquid. These were my tools, my only hope. Elia's final entries were disturbing. He detailed a final, desperate attempt to sever the tethers. November 15th, 1973. The Watcher is stronger. Its presence is constant, a cold pressure against my mind. It whispers, though not in words. It promises understanding, knowledge if I yield, but I will not. The ritual must be performed. The moon is waxing crescent. Tonight I will attempt the great unbinding. If I fail, this journal serves as a warning. If the tower remains abandoned and silent, it means I have failed, and it means the Watcher is still tethered. Still waiting. The journal ended there. No success, no conclusion, just the chilling implication that Elia's thorn had failed, and the tower did remain abandoned, silent, until I arrived. A wave of despair washed over me. Elias, the man who had built this complex device, who understood the rules, who had prepared the ritual, had failed. What hope did I, a casual urban explorer, have? But then a fierce spark of defiance ignited within me. I wasn't Elia's thorn. I hadn't spent weeks or months here, slowly being worn down by the entity's psychic presence. I was a survivor. I had repelled it once, even by accident. I could do it again. I had to. I reread the ritual instructions, now more desperate than ever. The ritual must commence at the height of the thinning veil, when the light of our world recedes furthest. This is the period of deep twilight, just before the full ascendance of night. The chronometers, once locked at 12:00, must be left untouched. They are the gate, and while the tethers exist, the gate remains ajar. The idol, imbued with the sigils of binding, must be placed at the center of the chronometer array. The herbs must be crushed and scattered, forming a circle of purification around the nexus. Finally, the liquid of unbinding must be poured over the idol, its resonance amplified by the sacred geometry of the circle, severing the energetic filaments. I checked my watch, 5:45 p.m. Deep twilight was upon me. The sky outside the gaping hole in the wall was now black, speckled with sharp, indifferent stars. The few remaining cracks in the boards revealed an oppressive darkness. The oil lamp, though providing a warm glow, felt increasingly inadequate. The glowing threads on the floor seemed to have intensified. They pulsed with a more definite bluish light, like faint veins beneath skin, converging from the gaps in the walls towards the clocks, then stretching out towards me, towards the chair where I sat. They were subtly thicker, more numerous. It was getting stronger. I needed to move. My first task was to create the circle. I gently moved the 3 clocks to the very center of the table, careful not to disturb their locked 12:00 alignment. The grandfather clock, despite its size, felt surprisingly light, its inner workings likely hollowed out for Elia's modifications. I placed the small, elderwood idol in the precise center, between the 3 clocks, its featureless face pointing towards the gaping hole in the wall. The carved sigils on its surface seemed to almost shimmer in the lamplight. Next, the herbs. I took the bundle, their pungent, earthy smell filling the small cabin as I unwrapped them. Sage for cleansing, yarrow for protection, rue for banishment. I crushed them between my palms, the dried leaves crumbling into a coarse powder. Then carefully I began to scatter them around the clocks in the idol, forming a tight, protective circle. As the herbs fell, I felt a faint shift in the air, a subtle lightening of the oppressive atmosphere. It was almost imperceptible, but it was there, a tiny spark of hope. Finally, the vial of unbinding liquid. It was a small, ornate glass vial, corked with what looked like hardened wax. The liquid inside was dark, almost black, but within its depths, faint, shimmering particles danced, catching the lamplight. It looked ancient, potent. My hands hovered over the vial, my heart pounding. This was it, the moment of truth. I pulled the wax cork free. It came with a soft pop, releasing a strange, metallic earthy scent, similar to the ozone I'd smelled earlier, but mixed with something floral, almost sweet. I held the vial over the idol, my gaze fixed on the glowing threads on the floor. They seemed to writhe, to pulse with increased intensity, as if sensing the impending ritual. I began to slowly pour the viscous liquid. It streamed out, dark and glistening, coating the crudely carved idol. As the first drops touched the wood, a faint, almost musical hum resonated through the cabin, a low, sustained note that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. The glowing threads on the floor flared, turning a brilliant, almost painful blue. And then, just as the last drop of liquid fell from the vial onto the idol, coating it entirely, the hum intensified into a sharp, piercing crack. The air in the cabin exploded. The blue threads on the floor, all of them, snapped, not physically but energetically. They recoiled, shrieking a soundless agony that ripped through my mind, a collective scream of frustration and pain that made me drop the empty vial. The brilliant blue light from the threads flared one last time, an agonizing brilliance, and then vanished, utterly, completely. The sudden absence of the blue light, the cessation of the mental scream, left me reeling. The oppressive cold in the cabin lessened, replaced by the damp chill of the autumn night. The feeling of being watched, which had been a constant companion since I'd entered, evaporated, leaving behind a strange, hollow emptiness. I stared at the table. The idol, still glistening with the dark liquid, stood silently between the 3 clocks, which remained frozen at 12:00. The crushed herbs lay scattered, forming their protective circle. Everything was exactly as it should be, but the terrifying, pulsing tethers were gone, severed, banished. The wave of relief, so profound it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I had done it. I had survived. I had banished it, for now. But a deep exhaustion settled over me, a bone-deep weariness that had nothing to do with the climb or the hike. It was a mental fatigue, the residue of sheer terror and psychic assault. My head throbbed, and my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. I looked out the gaping hole in the wall. The forest was now completely dark, save for the weak starlight. The terrifying blue glow was gone. The only light now came from my sputtering oil lamp, its flame growing smaller, dimmer. My heart sank, The oil in the lamp was almost depleted. The flame flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that made the ruined cabin seem to writhe. I had perhaps another hour, maybe two, before I would be plunged into absolute darkness. I needed to get out, but the ladder, the thought of descending into that blackness, even with the entity banished, was daunting. What if it hadn't been completely banished? What if an echo lingered? And my truck 30 miles away down a treacherous, overgrown trail, in the pitch black, no cell service, no way to tell anyone where I was. My earlier mistakes now felt like fatal flaws. I looked at my watch, 6:30 p.m. The night stretched before me, long and cold. My water bottle was empty. I hadn't eaten since noon. I was weak, dehydrated, and mentally shattered. Trying to hike out now would be suicidal. I'd get lost, injure myself, or simply collapse from exhaustion and exposure. Reluctantly, I faced the truth. I was stuck. I had to spend the night in the tower. The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through me. Even with the entity banished, the cabin was still a wreck, open to the elements. And the memory of what had happened here was etched deep into my mind. Every creak of the old wood, every gust of wind whistling through the gaps would set my nerves on edge. I needed to barricade the open window, to create some semblance of safety, some barrier against the wild, dark night. I looked around the cluttered cabin. There were plenty of fallen planks, debris from the walls and ceiling. My body screamed in protest, but I forced myself to move. I found a few relatively intact boards and began to nail them back over the gaping hole. It was slow, painstaking work in the dim light. My hands ached, and the hammer blows echoed ominously in the silence. But with each board I secured, a tiny measure of control, of safety, returned. I didn't get them perfectly sealed, but they were enough to block out the direct drafts and the overwhelming darkness. I tried to seal the door as well, but it was too warped, too damaged. I settled for wedging a heavy, rusted metal sheet against it, hoping it would deter any curious animals or anything else from pushing it open. With the makeshift barricades in place, the cabin felt a little more secure, a little less exposed, but it was still freezing. I shivered, rubbing my arms. I needed warmth. I looked at the rusted stove in the corner. It was a simple cast-iron wood stove, meant for a small cabin. Miraculously, a small pile of kindling and a few pieces of dry firewood lay next to it, tucked under a tarp, remnants of Elia's Thorn's long-ago tenancy. He had prepared for everything. I knew how to light a fire. It was a skill I'd learned from camping trips. With the last of my precious matches, I managed to get a small fire going in the stove. The flames crackled to life, a comforting sound in the silence, and soon a faint warmth began to radiate into the small space. As the fire took hold, casting dancing light and shadows, I pulled my small backpack closer. I retrieved my last energy bars, chewing them slowly, savoring every calorie. I drank the last few drops of water from my bottle, making a mental note to ration what little was left for tomorrow. My camera, a heavy, familiar weight, lay on the floor. I looked at the photos I had taken earlier. The empty tower, the climbing ladder, the first eerie shots of the clocks. The proof that I hadn't imagined it all. I thought about the journal, about Elia's Thorn. He had devoted his life to this, to understanding the veil, the watchers, the clocks. He had warned me from beyond the grave. He had given me the tools to survive. I owed him my life. I spent the next few hours by the fire, huddled on the single chair, the journal open on my lap. I reread passages, trying to connect the dots to understand the deeper implications. The Watchers sought a vessel. They existed in unbound time. They were repelled by natural cadence. What if they were not evil, but simply alien, different? What if they sought to cross not to harm, but to simply be? The thought was almost as terrifying as the idea of malevolent intent. Their very existence, their formless nature, was anathema to my structured reality. I also found a few more cryptic notes towards the end of the journal, tucked into the inside back cover. They were almost illegible, scrawled quickly, as if in a hurry. The resonance point is not static, it shifts. The chronometers, once activated, become a beacon. The gate, once opened, leaves an energetic signature. The watchers will remember, they will seek the signature. The veil is fragile, it can be torn permanently. If the chronometers are destroyed while the gate is open or while tethers are active, the consequences are unknown, perhaps unthinkable. A permanent rupture, a flood of unbound time. Do not destroy the chronometers. They are the anchor. They maintain the delicate balance. My heart hammered again. I had considered, for a fleeting moment, smashing the clocks, destroying the gate. But Elia's warning was clear. They were not just a portal, they were a seal, a dam. Destroying them could unleash something far worse than a single entity. The oil lamp finally sputtered, its flame shrinking to a pinprick, then dying, plunging the cabin into near-total darkness. Only the dim, flickering light from the stove now illuminated the space. It cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to distort the familiar objects, turning them into monstrous shapes. I huddled closer to the stove, the heat a welcome comfort against the biting cold that still seeped in through the makeshift barricades. The silence outside was absolute, not a rustle of leaves, not a hoot of an owl, just the soft crackle of the fire and the frantic beat of my own heart. I tried to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. Every creak of the tower, every subtle shift of the wind made me jump. My mind replayed the events of the day, the spinning clocks, the blue light, the impossibly tall figure, the silent scream. It was all too real, too vivid. My gaze kept returning to the table, to the 3 clocks. Even in the dim light, their faces, locked at 12:00, seemed to glow with an eerie internal power. They were silent still, but they were alive. They had brought the entity here, and they had been instrumental in sending it back. They were the gate, the anchor, the precarious balance. The night wore on, an agonizing crawl. I watched the fire, feeding it sparingly with the remaining wood, trying to conserve the warmth. My eyelids grew heavy, but a deeper fear kept them from closing. I couldn't afford to be vulnerable, not here, not now. As the pre-dawn hours approached, a new sound began to filter through the cabin. A low, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It wasn't the pendulum of the grandfather clock. It was softer, more diffuse. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a deep vibration that resonated in the very frame of the tower. My eyes snapped open. I strained my ears, listening intently. The sound was distinct now, a slow, deliberate thump, 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 like something massive moving through the dense forest below. It was a familiar beat. It was the sound of its approach. My breath hitched. No, it couldn't be. The ritual, the unbinding, it had worked. The tethers were severed. But Elias' last notes flashed through my mind. The watchers will remember. They will seek the signature. The gate, though closed, had left an energetic signature, and the clocks, though silent, were still a beacon. It was coming back, not through the tether, but drawn by the lingering presence, by the open wound in reality that the gate had created. The rhythmic thump, thump, thump grew louder, closer. It was slower this time, heavier. Not the frantic climb up the ladder, but a deliberate, inexorable advance. I scrambled from the chair, my muscles screaming from cold and fatigue. My hands instinctively reached for the journal, for any clue, any hidden instruction. But there was nothing more. Elias had accounted for one crossing, one tether. He hadn't accounted for a sustained siege. I moved to the newly boarded-up window, pressing my ear against the wood. The thumping sound seemed to vibrate through the very planks, through the metal frame of the tower. It was directly below. Then from outside, through the gaps in the boards, a faint bluish light began to emanate. Not the blinding flare from before, but a soft, pulsing glow that seemed to filter through the cracks in the hastily nailed planks. It was a cold, alien blue. It was here again, and this time it was stronger. The feeling of oppressive cold returned, deeper and more pervasive than before, seeping into the cabin through every crack and crevice. The air became still, heavy, like a shroud. My gaze flew to the clocks, still 12:00, still silent, but I could almost feel their dormant power, their potential. They were the key, they were the danger. The thumping stopped. Absolute silence returned, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. It was waiting. Then a faint, almost imperceptible scrape from the ladder. It was testing it. I gripped the edge of the stove, my knuckles white. My eyes darted around the cabin, searching for anything, a weapon, a defense. All I had were the remaining herbs, the empty vial, and the small wooden idol. They had worked once, but they were used. The ritual was complete. Would they work again? A low, guttural groan echoed from below, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, not heard with my ears. It was an internal sound, a psychic pressure, growing in intensity. It was pushing against the veil, against the very fabric of reality. I remembered Elias' final notes. The watchers will remember, they will seek the signature. And the veil is fragile, it can be torn permanently. This wasn't just another attempt to cross. This felt different, more aggressive, more determined. The air in the cabin grew colder, so cold that my breath plumed invisible clouds. The bluish light outside intensified, seeping through the gaps, casting the cabin in an unearthly, ghostly glow. The silence was absolute, a predator holding its breath. A new sound, a low, rhythmic hiss from directly below the trapdoor, like something immense, something wet and heavy, pressing itself against the metal. The tower itself groaned, a long, drawn-out metallic screech that made my teeth ache. It was trying to force its way in. My mind raced, the clocks, the pendulum, the alarm. They were the only things that had repelled it. But how do I make them work again? They were frozen. Elias had modified them, removed their pendulums, manipulated their gears. I looked at the grandfather clock. Its pendulum was still missing, but it had swung earlier. How? Was it purely psychic? A manifestation of the natural cadence projected into being. My gaze fell on the small, polished river stone, still lying near the trapdoor where it had rolled earlier. I had thrown it, and it had passed through the entity. But what if it was important? What if it was a focal point for something? I remembered the contents of the canvas bag, the journal, the herbs, the idol, the vial, and the river stone. All objects collected, prepared, used by Elias Thorne. He had mentioned the stone only in passing, as the last item at the bottom of the bag, no special description. But why keep it? Why bring it here? The trapdoor in the floor, which led to the ladder, began to groan. The metal hinges shrieked under immense pressure. Whatever was below was pushing with incredible force. I had to do something. My eyes scanned the clocks again. The grandfather, the mantle, the alarm, all 12:00, all silent. The journal had said, the rhythmic beat, the sudden chime, these are anathema to its crossing. But they wouldn't move, they wouldn't make a sound, unless they could, unless Elias had installed a way to reactivate them, to force the cadence. I remembered the impression on the chair, the recently used quality of the canvas bag. Elias had been here, at this very table, preparing. He would have needed to manipulate the clocks. I knelt by the table, my fingers tracing the ornate brass casing of the mantel clock, then the simple wooden frame of the grandfather clock. I ran my hands over the smooth, clean face of the alarm clock. No visible buttons, no winding mechanisms. Elias had removed them, replacing them with his nonlinear temporal acceleration system. The metallic screech from the trapdoor intensified. The wood around its edges began to splinter, tiny fragments raining down. Time was running out. Then my fingers, still tracing the brass of the mantel clock, felt a faint indentation along its base. It wasn't obvious, designed to blend with the ornate casing. I pressed it. A soft click echoed in the cabin, and the mantel clock, previously silent and still, let out a deep, resonant gong. Not a chime, but a full booming strike, vibrating through the table, through the floor, through my very bones. It struck once, then again. Gong, gong, 12 times, midnight. The creature below the trapdoor let out a silent, internal shriek that ripped through my mind, a scream of pure, psychic agony. The pressure on the trapdoor eased momentarily. The blue light outside flickered, diminished. It had worked, the cadence, the chime. It was a temporary reprieve, but it proved the mechanism still functioned. I pressed the spot again, frantically, but nothing happened, only one cycle. It had to be designed that way to prevent constant, uncontrolled temporal shifts. I looked at the grandfather clock. Where would Elias have put a hidden button on that? It was large, old wood. My fingers darted across its surface, searching. Along the base, along the sides, inside the hollow where the pendulum should be. Nothing. The hissing from below the trapdoor returned, stronger now. It was regenerating, adapting. My gaze snapped to the small alarm clock. Its face was simple, its casing brass. If there was a hidden button, it would be subtle. I ran my fingers along its smooth side, feeling for any irregularity. There, a tiny, almost imperceptible protrusion, no bigger than a pinhead, near the winding key stem, which was no longer there. I pressed it, my heart pounding. A harsh, mechanical ringing filled the cabin, not the gentle chime of an old alarm, but a sustained, aggressive, metallic clang that seemed to tear at the very air. The entity's psychic scream intensified, a raw, excruciating blast of agony and rage that made me clutch my head. The trapdoor below began to buckle, its metal shrieking, its wooden frame splintering further. But the ringing of the alarm clock continued, a solid, unwavering wall of sound. The blue light outside flared, then dimmed, then flared again, violently. The cabin shook, not with a swaying motion, but with violent, jarring tremors, as if the entire tower was being slammed by an invisible fist. Loose plaster and dust rained down. The ringing of the alarm clock was deafening, physical. It was a shield, a barrier, but it couldn't last forever. I looked at the grandfather clock. It still stood silent, its imposing height mocking me. Its pendulum was still missing. I remembered Elias' note. The grandfather was stubborn. Perhaps it didn't have a hidden button like the others. Perhaps its cadence was meant to be activated differently. The ringing of the alarm clock began to waver, to grow fainter. Its internal mechanism, after decades of dormancy, was straining. The blue light outside pulsed with a desperate, hungry intensity. The entity was pushing back, trying to break through the fragile barrier of sound. My eyes darted around the cabin, frantic. What else? What did Elias say? The rhythmic beat, the pendulum. The pendulum was missing, but what if it wasn't about the physical pendulum? What if it was about the idea of a pendulum? The cadence, the rhythm. What could create that? My gaze fell on the small, polished river stone, still lying on the floor near the trapdoor. It was smooth, heavy, unassuming, but it was the only other item Elias had kept in the bag, untouched by any ritual save for being dropped by me. Why? I remembered his scientific-sounding terminology mixed with archaic language, resonance, harmonic convergence, ley lines. The stone was smooth. The river stone, smooth, heavy, unassuming, but it was the only other item Elias had kept in the bag, untouched by any ritual. Why, my mind, frayed and desperate, clung to the thought. Elias Thorne, meticulous and brilliant, didn't keep things for no reason. Everything had a purpose. The rhythmic beat, the pendulum. The words echoed in my mind. The grandfather clock's pendulum was missing, but it had swung earlier, hadn't it, when the entity was first repelled, a silent, spectral swing, almost a memory of motion. What if the river stone wasn't meant to be thrown? What if it was a focal point, a replacement, a source of that natural cadence Elias had spoken of? The metallic screech from the trapdoor intensified, a tearing, grinding sound that vibrated through my teeth. The hinges shrieked, threatening to give way. The blue light from outside pulsed with renewed malevolence, a sickening, hungry throb that cast the cabin in a stark, alien glow. The alarm clock's ringing had died completely, leaving only the ominous groaning of the struggling trapdoor and the low, guttural psychic pressure from below. I scrambled towards the trapdoor, my eyes fixed on the small, polished river stone lying on the dusty floorboards. It was just inches from the buckling metal, a silent, dark presence amidst the splintered wood. My hand reached for it, trembling. As my fingers closed around the stone, a faint warmth radiated from it, a surprisingly comforting heat against my cold skin. It felt alive, charged. I clutched the stone, my gaze darting to the imposing grandfather clock. Its dark wooden casing loomed in the shifting blue light, its face still locked at 12:00. The hollow space where the pendulum should have been gaped like an empty maw. What if I put the stone in there? It wasn't a pendulum. It had no hook, no mechanism. But what if it was about resonance, about intention? Elias' notes were a mix of science and what bordered on the arcane. The trapdoor let out a final, ear-splitting shriek. With a violent crack, one of its metal hinges tore free from the wooden frame, sending a shower of rusted screws and splintered wood across the floor. The trapdoor tilted inward, hanging precariously by a single groaning hinge, a dark, gaping hole now visible beneath it. A wave of cold, heavy air rushed up from the opening, carrying with it that sickening scent of ozone and damp earth. A new sound joined the cacophony, a faint, wet slithering sound, like something impossibly large and viscous beginning to squeeze through the now fractured opening. Time had run out. Driven by a surge of pure primal adrenaline, I sprinted to the grandfather clock. My hands, still clutching the warm river stone, fumbled at the small, latched wooden door at its base. It was stiff, protesting decades of disuse, but with a desperate yank, it sprang open. I peered into the dark cavity, empty, just the dusty wooden interior, but I remembered the spectral pendulum, It had swung, it had been there. Without another thought, acting purely on instinct, I lifted the river stone. I held it in the center of the hollow space where the pendulum should have been. It fit perfectly, cradled by some unseen force, as if a natural magnetic field held it aloft. And then, as my hands released it, the impossible happened. The river stone didn't drop, it didn't fall, it began to swing. Slowly, deliberately, a dark, rhythmic arc against the dusty interior of the grandfather clock. Zumba thump thump. The sound was soft at first, a gentle, resonant beat that seemed to emanate not from the stone itself, but from the very air around it. It was a deep, calming rhythm, an anchor in the storm of terror. Zumba thump thump. With each swing, the blue light from outside flickered, then dimmed. The cold in the cabin receded, replaced by a more neutral, if still chilly, atmosphere. The psychic pressure, the low, guttural groan from below, receded as well, morphing into a soundless, internal scream of frustration and pain. The trapdoor, still hanging by a single hinge, trembled. The wet, slithering sound stopped. Whatever was trying to force its way through seemed to recoil, arrested by the steady, rhythmic beat. The grandfather clock, its face still fixed at 12:00, now pulsed with a faint, internal golden light, synchronized with the swing of the river stone. It was a warm, comforting glow, pushing back against the alien blue. Zumba thump thump. The entity was trying to resist. I could feel its unseen presence pushing back, a suffocating weight against my mind, trying to overwhelm the rhythmic beat. The tower groaned, vibrating with the unseen struggle. I pressed my hands against the wooden casing of the grandfather clock, as if I could lend my own strength to its rhythm. The smooth wood was warm beneath my touch, humming with a gentle, resonant vibration. The blue light outside continued to dim, contracting, shrinking away from the gaps in the boarded-up window. The oppressive silence began to break, replaced by the faint, familiar sounds of the pre-dawn forest, the distant rustle of leaves, a subtle shift in the wind. The world was slowly, reluctantly, returning to its rightful order. The internal psychic scream from the entity faded, becoming a desperate, drawn-out wail that seemed to dissolve into nothingness. The cold dissipated completely, leaving the cabin feeling merely damp and chilly, as it should be on a late autumn morning. And then the grandfather clock's pendulum, the river stone, came to a slow, deliberate halt. Silence, not the absolute, terrifying vacuum from before, but the soft, gentle quiet of an empty cabin, settling after a storm. The blue light outside was completely gone. Through the gaps in the boards, I could see the first faint streaks of bruised purple and gray on the horizon, the true dawn. The trapdoor, though damaged, was still holding. The gaping hole was there, but no more sounds, no more pressure. Nothing below. It was gone. Again. I sank to the floor, my legs giving out beneath me. My body trembled, not from cold or fear, but from the sheer, overwhelming exhaustion of the night's ordeal. My mind felt strangely clear, but utterly drained. I had done it. I had survived. Twice. I looked at the grandfather clock. The small wooden door was still open, revealing the river stone, now still nestled in the hollow where the pendulum had swung. It seemed to pulse with a faint, residual warmth. It wasn't just a stone. It was a key, a countermeasure. Elia's thorn truly had thought of everything. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up. My muscles protested every movement, stiff and aching from the cold and the tension. I walked to the table, my gaze fixed on the clocks. All three still pointed to 1200. The gate was still closed. The veil, I hoped, was still intact. I closed the small wooden door on the grandfather clock, gently securing it. The river stone, now hidden from view, still radiated a faint, comforting warmth. I looked out the gaps in the boarded-up window. The sky was brightening rapidly, the first golden rays of sunlight beginning to streak through the distant pines. The forest below was a normal, mundane green, dappled with shadow. No impossible blue light, no towering, gaunt figure, just trees and silence. But the silence was different now. It was the silence of a forest awakening, not the predatory, watchful quiet from before. Birds would begin to chirp soon. The world was returning to normal. My gaze fell on the trapdoor. The single remaining hinge groaned softly. The splintered wood around its edges was a stark reminder of the night's violence. No way to repair it, not properly. I had to get down. The thought still filled me with trepidation, but the rising sun brought a measure of courage. The entity was gone. The tethers were severed. The gate was closed. This was my chance. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady my nerves. My water bottle was empty. My body was starving. I needed to get to my truck. I needed to leave this place. But first, I needed to gather my things. The journal, my backpack, the remaining energy bars. I retrieved my small camera, checking its battery. Still some juice left. I had documented everything. The proof, even if no one would ever believe me. As I repacked the canvas bag, placing the journal, the idol, the empty vial, and the dried herbs back inside, I paused. Should I leave the river stone in the grandfather clock, or should I take it? It was a powerful artifact, a critical component of Elia's defense. I decided to leave it. It belonged here with the clocks, with the gate. It was part of the tower's balance, its protective mechanism. I wouldn't disturb it. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, the weight a familiar, grounding presence. I took one last look around the cabin. It was a wreck, splintered planks, dust, debris, a testament to the impossible events of the night. I walked to the trapdoor. It still hung at an awkward angle, revealing the dark shaft of the ladder below. I could see the metal rungs disappearing into the gloom. The air coming up from below was cool and damp, smelling only of earth and decaying leaves. The lingering metallic scent of ozone was gone. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest. This was it, the final hurdle. I took another deep breath, trying to push down the lingering fear, to remind myself that it was gone. The sun was coming up. Safety was within reach. Carefully, I swung my legs over the edge of the trapdoor, testing my weight. The single hinge creaked but held. I found the first rung of the metal ladder with my foot. It was cold, rough beneath my boot. Slowly, deliberately, I began to descend. Each rung was a small victory. My hands gripped the cold metal tightly, my eyes fixed on the rungs below, my ears straining for any sound. But there was nothing. Only the gentle creak of the ladder and the distant, unseen rustle of the forest. I descended through the dark shaft, the faint light from the cabin above gradually dimming as I went deeper. The air grew colder, damper. It was a long way down, and my muscles, already aching, screamed in protest. But I pushed through, my resolve hardened by the memory of the entity, by the promise of escape. Finally, my feet touched solid ground, the base of the tower. I stepped off the ladder, my knees shaking, and stood for a moment, simply breathing. I was out. The sun was higher now, its golden light dappling through the leaves of the ancient trees. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was a beautiful, normal morning, too normal after what I had witnessed. I looked up at the tower, its metal frame glinting in the sunlight. It seemed so innocuous, so ordinary, just an old fire watch tower. No impossible blue light, no sense of lurking terror. Yet I knew its truth. I knew what it contained. I quickly found the trail I had carved yesterday, my footsteps still visible in the soft earth. I started walking, forcing myself into a steady rhythm, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the tower. As I walked, the sun climbed higher, warming my face. The birds began to sing, their cheerful calls a stark contrast to the oppressive silence of the night. The forest slowly came alive around me, a symphony of natural sounds. But the images from the night were etched into my mind. The spinning clocks, the shimmering entity, the psychic scream, the rhythmic thump of the river stone, they would never leave me. I hiked for what felt like hours, my body complaining with every step, but my mind fixed on the destination, my truck. I rationed the last energy bar, chewing it slowly, savoring the meager sustenance. My thirst was overwhelming, but I knew I couldn't stop until I reached my vehicle. Finally, through a break in the trees, I saw it, the glint of sunlight on metal, my old, dusty truck. It looked like a beacon of hope, a symbol of my return to civilization, to safety. I stumbled out of the woods, my clothes torn, my face streaked with dirt, my hair a mess. I looked like I had been through a war, and in a way I had. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking too badly to insert them into the lock on the first try. I finally got the door open and collapsed into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. The familiar scent of old upholstery and stale coffee was a comfort. I leaned my head back against the seat, closing my eyes, taking deep, shuddering breaths. I was safe. I was out. I needed water, food, a shower, and to sleep for a week. But as I reached for my phone, remembering the lack of service, my eyes caught something in the rearview mirror. Through the rear window of the truck, framed by the distant tree line where the tower stood, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer in the air, directly above the highest point of the tower. It wasn't blue, not yet. It was more like heat haze, distorting the air, but there was a distinct, subtle pulse to it, a barely visible throb of energy. My blood ran cold. Elia's last notes. The resonance point is not static, it shifts. The chronometers, once activated, become a beacon. The gate, once opened, leaves an energetic signature. The watchers will remember. They will seek the signature. It wasn't over. The entity was gone, banished, but the tower, the gate, was still a beacon, and the watchers would remember. The faint shimmering pulse intensified, growing ever so slightly more visible, almost a ghost of the blue light, a promise of its return. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I had escaped, but this wasn't an escape from the danger. It was an escape from one encounter into a wider, more terrifying reality. The tower was still there. The clocks were still at 12:00, and the gate, though closed, had left a mark on the world, a signature. And something out there, something alien and ancient, was still watching. I had to warn someone, anyone, but who would believe me, and what could they even do? I started the truck, the engine roaring to life, a comforting sound of mechanical reality. I put it in reverse, my eyes fixed on the shimmering spot above the tower in my rearview mirror. As I began to back out, the shimmering pulse above the tower flared, just for a split second, a brilliant, unmistakable flash of electric blue. Then it vanished. Utterly. But it had been there. I wasn't imagining it. I stomped on the gas, sending the truck hurtling down the overgrown track. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My mind raced, reeling from the events of the past 24 hours. I had stumbled into a world I never knew existed, a world of ancient gates, alien entities, and a fragile veil between dimensions. And now I was a part of it. I drove for what felt like an eternity, the rough road rattling my exhausted body. The sun was fully risen now, painting the world in warm, reassuring light, but no amount of daylight could erase the shadow that had fallen over me. Finally, I reached the paved road, a blessed relief. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving. Away from the tower, away from the forest, away from the silence. But as I drove, a new thought solidified in my mind, a chilling certainty that lodged itself deep in my consciousness. The entity was gone, but the threat remained. The gate was closed, but the signature lingered, and the watchers, they had seen me, they knew who I was. I was no longer just an urban explorer. I was a witness, a survivor, and perhaps unwittingly I had become something more, a new tether, a new focal point. The journal, Elias Thorne's legacy. It was my only guide, my only defense. I had to understand more. I had to prepare, because this wasn't just a random encounter. It was a beginning. I pulled over at the first gas station I saw, the familiar garish signs and bustling activity a stark contrast to the desolate wilderness I had just left. I filled my tank, bought water, coffee, and enough junk food to feed a small army. My phone miraculously had 2 bars, a flood of missed calls and texts from concerned friends. I couldn't bring myself to answer them. Not yet. How could I explain? I glanced at my reflection in the greasy gas station window. My eyes were wide, haunted, my face pale and drawn. I looked like a madman. This wasn't over. I knew it in my bones. The watchers were out there, and they would remember. I had to find answers. I had to understand how to truly close the gate, how to erase its signature, how to sever all connections. Not just for me, but for the world. My life as I knew it was irrevocably changed. I was marked. I got back into the truck, the smell of gas and artificial sweetener a strange comfort. I pulled out my phone, opening the map application. I needed to go somewhere remote, somewhere I could think, somewhere I could study, somewhere safe, if such a place even existed anymore. I scrolled through the map, my finger hovering over various locations. My own apartment was too exposed, too familiar. I needed solitude. I needed time. As I drove, the events replayed in my mind. The ritual, the unbinding, the river stone, the clocks, all part of a delicate, intricate system. A system I had accidentally triggered and then just as accidentally managed to stabilize. But for how long? Elia's final notes. The veil is fragile. It can be torn permanently. The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through me. What if my actions had weakened it further? What if the next time the watchers found a way to stay, to tear the veil completely? I had to understand the delicate balance Elias had mentioned. The clocks were an anchor, but an anchor to what, and for how long could they hold? My hand instinctively reached for the canvas bag on the passenger seat, for the worn leather journal within. It held the truth, it held the warnings, and perhaps it held the solution. I was no longer just running, I was searching. The road stretched out before me, long and empty. The sun climbed higher, relentless, but the shadows of the tower and what lurked beyond the veil clung to me, a constant, chilling presence. The journey had just begun. The highway hummed beneath the tires of my old truck, a monotonous drone that was both a comfort and a torture. Comfort because it was the sound of escape, of distance growing between me and that damn tower. Torture because it gave my mind too much space to replay the horrors of the night. Every shadow thrown by a passing car, every glint of reflected light sent a jolt of fear through me. The world had gone from mundane to monstrous in a single day, and I was adrift in its terrifying new reality. I drove until the sun was high, then higher still, until it began its slow descent towards the west. I passed through small towns, a blur of forgotten names and unfamiliar faces. The gas stations and diners, once havens of normal life, now felt like fragile illusions, mere surface dressings over a world teeming with unseen forces. I avoided eye contact, certain my haunted gaze would betray the impossible truth I carried. My phone, clutched in a sweaty hand, buzzed intermittently with calls and texts. Friends wondering where I was, why I hadn't checked in. I couldn't answer. Not yet. How could I explain that I'd stared into the void and the void had stared back, leaving a shimmering mark on the world, a beacon that called to things beyond comprehension? They'd think I'd lost my mind, and perhaps a part of me already had. I needed to disappear, to think, to read. Elias Thorne's journal was no longer just a curiosity. It was a survival guide, a Rosetta Stone to a new, terrifying cosmology. My gaze flickered to the map on my phone. My apartment was out of the question. Too many people, too many distractions. I needed absolute solitude, a place where I could delve into the journal's cryptic pages without interruption, where I could process the seismic shift in my understanding of reality. An old, dilapidated cabin came to mind, tucked away in the deepest part of the state forest, several hours north. My grandfather had owned it, a hunting lodge he rarely used. After his passing, it had fallen into disrepair, but it was still standing. Remote, isolated, and most importantly, far from any known ley lines or thinning veils that Elias had described, or so I hoped. I changed course, turning off the main highway onto a smaller, less maintained road. The asphalt soon gave way to gravel, then to a dirt track barely wider than my truck. Tall, dense pines closed in, their branches forming a shadowy canopy overhead. It felt like driving into another world, a deliberate retreat from the one I knew. Hours later, as twilight bled across the sky, painting the clouds in bruised purples and oranges, I spotted it. A weathered wooden structure, half hidden by overgrown trees, its windows dark, its porch sagging. The cabin, my grandfather's cabin. It looked forlorn but safe. I parked the truck in a small clearing, the engine dying with a final shuddering sigh. The silence that descended was profound, but this time it was the comforting silence of the natural world, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, no oppressive stillness, no psychic pressure. I felt a tentative sigh of relief escape my lips. Retrieving my backpack and the canvas bag, I made my way to the front door. The lock was rusted, but after a few determined shoves, the door creaked open, revealing a dusty, spiderweb-filled interior. The air was stale, musty, carrying the scent of damp wood and forgotten memories. I spent the next hour or so making the cabin habitable. I swept away cobwebs, cleared dust from the ancient furniture, and wrestled open a few windows to let in fresh air. There was a working well outside, thankfully, and after a bit of pumping, clear, cold water gushed forth. I splashed my face, scrubbing away the grime and exhaustion, feeling a sliver of my old self return. With a fire roaring in the old stone fireplace, chasing away the chill and the shadows, I finally allowed myself to sit. I had stocked up on provisions at the last town, canned goods, bread, coffee. A simple meal, eaten quickly, brought a much-needed warmth to my empty stomach. Then I turned to the canvas bag. My hand trembled as I pulled out the worn leather journal. Elias Thorne, the man who had walked this path before me, the man who had prepared the way for my survival. I opened the journal, the metallic tang of ozone still faintly clinging to its brittle pages. I settled by the fire, the flickering light casting dancing shadows across the cramped, but now comforting space. This time I wouldn't just skim. I would absorb every word, every symbol, every desperate thought. I started from the beginning again, rereading the entries I already knew, searching for nuances, for hidden meanings I might have missed in my terror-stricken rush. Elias' meticulous observations, his scientific jargon interwoven with ancient lore, began to take on a new, horrifying coherence. His early life, detailed in initial, less frenetic entries, painted a picture of a brilliant but isolated academic. He had been a professor of archaic languages and obscure philosophies, dismissed by his peers for his fringe theories. He'd stumbled upon ancient texts. He mentioned one specifically, the Codex of Unbound Time, that spoke of multiple dimensions, of the veil, and of entities that existed outside our linear progression. These texts, he claimed, weren't myths, but coded warnings, passed down through forgotten civilizations. My colleagues call it madness, an entry from 1968 read. They cannot comprehend the true architecture of reality, bound as they are by their three dimensions and their relentless march of moments. But the ancients understood. They felt the proximity of the other side, the whisperings of the unbound. Elias' obsession had led him to geographical loci, places where these ancient texts hinted the veil was thin. He'd traveled the world, cross-referencing geological data with celestial charts and obscure historical accounts. He eventually identified the tower's location as Site Alpha, the most potent nexus he had found. The tower itself is not just a building, it is an amplification device. Its construction materials, a unique blend of ferrous earth minerals and crushed lunar quartz, create a resonant chamber. Its spiral geometry is a key, a channel. It focuses the inherent energies of the ley lines, directing them towards the apex, creating a tier, a fissure in the veil. It is a lighthouse for the lost ships of unbound time. A lighthouse, the thought sent a fresh chill down my spine, not just a portal but a beacon. It explained why the Watchers would remember and seek the signature. The tower was the signature, and I had activated it. I continued to read, Elias' descent into obsession becoming clearer with each page. He had designed the chronometers not just as a means to open the gate, but to control it. They were meant to be a precise, tunable instrument. The three chronometers are tuned to specific temporal frequencies. The grandfather to the deep, resonant pulse of the past, anchoring us to what has been. The mantle to the fleeting, volatile flicker of the present, the moment we inhabit. The alarm to the sharp, decisive thrust of the future, the moment to come. Their synchronous alignment, the 0-point differential at 12:00, causes a harmonic cascade, a momentary folding of temporal space which allows the veil to part. It is a precise surgical incision, not a tearing. This distinction was crucial. Surgical incision, not a tearing. This spoke to Elias' underlying goal, controlled observation, not reckless interaction. He was a scientist, albeit an unconventional one, seeking to understand, not just unleash. But then his entries shifted. The shift began around late October 1973, when he first managed to open the gate, even for a fleeting moment. He described the initial contact as a profound, overwhelming experience, a deluge of pure information, a direct connection to a consciousness vastly different from his own. They are not malevolent in the human sense, he wrote, his handwriting becoming smaller, tighter. Their existence is beyond such concepts. They are pure will, pure awareness. They yearn for form, for manifestation in our structured reality. They are drawn to the veil's thinning, to the promise of physical presence. Their desire is not to destroy, but to experience, to be. This confirmed my earlier fleeting thought, not evil, just alien, but their desire to be in our reality had devastating consequences for us, for the vessels they sought. Elias detailed the symptoms of sustained exposure to a watcher's influence: the debilitating cold, the crushing silence, the mental fog, the vivid hallucinations, the sense of being watched. He explained how their form, being pure potentiality, required a continuous energy source to manifest. Human fear, particularly intense, desperate fear, acted as an incredibly potent fuel. Fear amplifies their nascent manifestation. It provides the psychic energy they need to coalesce, to hold form, however transient. The more fear, the stronger their hold. They are drawn to minds that vibrate with this energy, minds that are open to their influence. It is not malice, it is instinct, a moth to a flame. I swallowed hard. My own terror had been a banquet for the entity. I had unwittingly powered its brief incursion. He then elaborated on the tethers, those glowing threads I had seen. Once a watcher establishes a foothold, however brief, it leaves behind energetic filaments, tethers that link it to the gate and, if successful, to its chosen vessel. These tethers are not physical, they are sympathetic resonant connections. They act as homing beacons, drawing the watcher back with increasing ease and speed. Each sundown, as the veil thins naturally, these tethers pulse, strengthening their connection, readying the pathway for the watcher's full return. I remembered the ritual, the liquid of unbinding, the idol, the herbs. Elia's instructions for severing the tethers were precise, but they only addressed the immediate connection. The core issue remained. Severing the tethers is a temporary measure. It cuts the direct link, forcing the manifested watcher back across the veil. But the gate remains, and the watchers remember the taste of our reality, the feel of our time. They will return to the signature, to the tower, drawn by the lingering energetic resonance. The gate is not truly closed by mere severance. It is merely quieted. My heart sank. This was it, the crucial piece of information I hadn't grasped in my desperate reading at the tower. Severing the tethers was a first aid measure, not a cure. The tower itself, the activated chronometers, were still a magnet. I read on, my fingers tracing the faded ink. Elias had known this. His last, hurried entries, the ones I'd found tucked in the back cover, were not about repelling the watcher, but about addressing the underlying problem. The true challenge is not banishment, but sealing. Sealing the gate, not just closing it. To do this, the chronometers must be deactivated, their temporal synchronicity disrupted, their harmonic resonance shattered. But this must be done carefully, precisely. To destroy them entirely while the gate is still active, or while even the faintest signature remains, would be to tear the veil permanently. A rift, an uncontrolled flood of unbound time, catastrophic. He spoke of a counter-resonance, something that could unravel the synchronicity, dismantle the harmonic alignment, without damaging the physical clocks themselves. The chronometers are anchors. They hold the veil in place once it has been disturbed. They are both the key to opening and the means to closing. To simply smash them would be to unleash an unimaginable chaos. The veil would fray, reality would unravel at this locus. We would be exposed to the full, unbridled force of unbound time. The Watchers would not merely cross, they would flood our reality, becoming an omnipresent, formless horror. This cannot happen. The image of a flood of unbound time sent a shiver down my spine far colder than any physical chill. It wasn't just about one entity, it was about the very fabric of existence. Elia's search for this counter-resonance had consumed his final days. He had experimented with different frequencies, different materials, trying to find the precise energetic wavelength that would untune the chronometers. He mentioned a series of experiments with various crystals, specific metals, even rare earth elements, attempting to find a material that could absorb or neutralize the temporal resonance. November 10th, 1973. The Watcher's influence grows. My mind is under constant assault, but I believe I am close. The counter-resonance must be organic yet stable. It must embody the very essence of linear progression, yet possess a chaotic element within its ordered structure. Paradoxical yet essential. I paused, rereading the last sentence. Organic, yet stable, linear progression, yet chaotic element. What could that mean? Then I remembered the river stone, the one I had used as a pendulum, the one Elias had kept in the bag. It was organic, a product of nature. It was stable, a piece of solid rock. It embodied linear progression through its very existence in our reality. And its internal crystalline structure, though unseen, held a chaotic element in its formation. Could it be? I flipped through the final, frenzied pages. Elia's handwriting deteriorated rapidly, becoming almost illegible scrawls. But there in a corner was a faint sketch. A stylized drawing of the grandfather clock, and within the hollow where the pendulum should be, a small, ovular shape, a stone, and next to it a few hastily scribbled words, the heart of the cadence, the anchor, reversal. My breath caught in my throat, the river stone. It wasn't just a random rock. Elias had intended it. He had discovered its property, its unique ability to resonate with natural cadence and counteract the gate's synchronization. It wasn't just a pendulum. It was a key to deactivating the chronometers. But Elias had failed. He hadn't managed to use it for that purpose. Why? The journal ended with his desperate attempt to sever the tethers, not to seal the gate. He must have been too far gone, too overwhelmed by the Watcher's influence. I had stumbled upon his ultimate defense, the final piece of his puzzle, and had used it by accident. I had made the grandfather clock swing, bringing forth the cadence that repelled the entity. But had that also begun the process of untuning the chronometers? I remembered the gentle golden light pulsing from the grandfather clock, the subtle warmth of the stone. It felt like it was doing something more than just making a sound. It was radiating an energy. Elia's final entry concerning the reversal was almost completely garbled, but I could make out fragmented words. Not once, but thrice. Full cycle. Undo the temporal bind. Reset. The veil secured. Not once, but thrice. What did that mean? I had activated the stone once, in a moment of pure desperation, to make the pendulum swing. But thrice, did it need to be activated 3 times, or was it something else entirely? I leaned back, my mind reeling. The implications were immense. I hadn't just survived an encounter. I had stumbled upon the unfinished work of a brilliant, doomed man. I now held the knowledge, the potential, to truly seal the gate. But I was no Elias Thorne. I was an urban explorer, an amateur photographer. I had no scientific background, no understanding of temporal frequencies or harmonic resonance. All I had was Elia's meticulously documented but cryptic journal. The weight of this knowledge pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. The relief I'd felt earlier, the sense of safety, evaporated. I was safe for now in this cabin, but the problem, the existential threat, remained, and I was now inextricably linked to it. I spent the next few days in a haze of intense study, poring over the journal, cross-referencing notes, trying to connect every fragmented thought. I reread his initial expeditions, his discoveries of ancient texts, his theories on ley lines and the veil. I made crude diagrams, trying to visualize the intricate mechanisms of his device, the temporal flows, the counter-resonances. One section caught my eye, a detailed geological survey of the tower's site. Elias had meticulously mapped the subterranean currents, identifying specific points of energetic confluence. He mentioned a hidden cavern system beneath the tower, a natural amplifier for the ley lines. The tower's foundation is not merely stone. It extends into the earth, deep into the heart of the nexus. A cavern network exists below, untouched by human hands for millennia, a place of immense natural power. This is the true power source, the wellspring from which the veil draws its fragility. The chronometers merely direct this energy. A cavern system, below the ladder, that explained the wet slithering sound I had heard. The watcher hadn't been climbing the ladder. It had been emerging from the earth itself, from the depths of the nexus, trying to force its way up through the trapdoor. The tower wasn't just a portal, it was a conduit, a funnel. This added a new layer of horror. The entity wasn't just at the tower. It was, in a sense, within the tower, connected to its very foundations. My attempts to verify Elia's obscure references were frustrating. I tried to use my phone's limited internet access to search for the Codex of Unbound Time or Temporal Resonance Chambers. The results were scant, mostly academic papers on unrelated topics or fringe conspiracy theories with no credible backing. Elias Thorne, if he had ever published, had done so under a pseudonym or in obscure journals long out of print. He was truly a man operating in the shadows, far beyond the reach of conventional science. This isolation, this inability to corroborate his findings, only deepened my unease. I was relying solely on the words of a man who, by the end, was battling for his sanity against an alien intelligence. Could I trust everything he wrote? Was there a bias, a misinterpretation born of his declining mental state? Yet everything he predicted, everything he described had happened. The silence, the cold, the entity, the tethers, the effectiveness of the cadence, it had all been terrifyingly accurate. His journal was my only map in this uncharted territory. I kept returning to the phrase, not once but thrice, full cycle, undo the temporal bind, reset, the veil, secured. It was the key to truly closing the gate, to nullifying the signature. What constituted a cycle? The natural cadence of the grandfather clock, the alarm's chime, the mantle clock's gong, and how were they activated thrice? I reread the sections on the chronometers and their activation. Elias had designed a complex system of weights and counterweights, powered by a self-winding mechanism embedded in the table. He had removed their original pendulums and internal gears, modifying them for nonlinear temporal acceleration. The table itself was part of the device. This meant the clocks weren't standalone. They were integrated into the table. This suggested that any reversal mechanism would also be integrated, perhaps requiring interaction with the table itself or a specific sequence of activations. I considered what I knew about the river's stone. It brought forth the natural cadence of the grandfather clock. The grandfather clock, Elias stated, was stubborn, its flow difficult to divert. It represented the past. The mantle clock, the present, volatile, easily influenced. The alarm clock, the future, most amenable. Could the thrice refer to each clock, activating each clock, not just the grandfather with a specific counter-resonance, but the mantle and alarm clocks had hidden buttons, simple, singular activations. The grandfather clock needed the river stone. I began to formulate a hypothesis. The river stone, when placed in the grandfather clock, initiated a counter cadence, a resonant frequency that disrupted the temporal bind. Perhaps to truly seal the gate, this counter-resonance needed to be amplified or extended to reverberate through all three chronometers. But how? How could a single river stone influence the mantle and alarm clocks? I remembered the diagram of the chronometer array, the idol in the center, surrounded by herbs, with the clocks forming a triangle around it. The ritual had focused the liquid of unbinding at the nexus point, amplified by the sacred geometry of the circle. Sacred geometry. Elias' mind was a blend of science and ancient esotericism. The arrangement of the clocks, the idol, the herbs, it wasn't arbitrary. It was a precise configuration designed to channel and focus energy. If the river stone was the key to the grandfather's counter-cadence, perhaps its effect needed to be channeled through the nexus point to influence the other clocks. But the idol and herbs had been used for unbinding the tethers. Was there another ritual for sealing? I scoured the journal again, meticulously, page by page. There were no further ritual instructions, no mention of another liquid of unbinding or specific herbs for sealing the gate. Elias had been working on the counter-resonance theory when the Watcher's final assault overwhelmed him. He hadn't finished. This meant I was on my own. I had to extrapolate, to piece together his unfinished work. My mind kept returning to the river stone's properties. It wasn't just a physical object, it was a source of natural cadence, a symbol, and its placement in the grandfather clock had caused it to swing without a physical pendulum. This implied a psychic or energetic activation, a channeling of the tower's own latent power, or perhaps Elias' residual intent. What if the thrice referred to the intensity or duration of the counter-resonance, not three separate activations, but a sustained, amplified one? I thought about the table, the self-winding mechanism Elias had built into it. Powered by a self-winding mechanism, he had apparently designed and built into the table, a continuous, almost perpetual motion once set. Could there be a way to activate the table's mechanism, to channel the river stone's counter-resonance through the table itself, into the entire chronometer array? I started sketching my own diagrams, crude but earnest, trying to map out the connections. The clocks, the table, the idol, the river stone, the nexus point. Elias had a profound respect for the cyclical nature of time, for the balance of forces. His philosophy, scattered throughout the journal, emphasized balance. Every opening has its closing, every tear its mending. The universe strives for equilibrium. The gate is an imbalance, and thus it contains the seeds of its own closure. This offered a glimmer of hope. The solution was inherent in the problem. The gate, by its very nature, could be sealed. Days blurred into a routine of reading, thinking, sketching, and pacing. My cabin, once a simple refuge, transformed into a makeshift research lab. My fear began to morph into grim determination. I was no longer a victim. I was a student, a reluctant heir to Elias Thorne's impossible legacy. One evening, as the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, and the forest outside whispered its secrets, I reread the very first entry of Elias Thorne. October 27, 1973, arrival at Site Alpha. Preliminary readings confirm significant energy fluctuations. The local populace speaks of the Sentinel as merely a relic, but their superstitions, as always, hold grains of forgotten truth. This location is a focal point, a nexus. The silence here is profound. It is not an absence, but a presence. It listens. And then a sentence I had entirely overlooked in my initial panicked read-through. The three chronometers, the grandfather, the mantle, the alarm, are not mere timekeepers. They are harmonic anchors, each attuned to a different flow of time, past, present, future. When their individual currents are deliberately manipulated to converge, they create a momentary rift, a gate. My eyes snagged on the word, deliberately manipulated. Elias had manipulated them to converge and open the gate. Logically, to seal the gate, they needed to be manipulated to diverge, to break their synchronicity, to disrupt their zero-point temporal differential. The river stone caused the grandfather clock to swing, to beat a rhythm, to bring forth its natural cadence. This was a disruption, an active force against the synchronized stillness of 12:00. What if the thrice referred to the three separate cadences? The grandfather's beat, the mantle's gong, the alarm's ring, not in sequence to open the gate, but in a specific sequence or synchronized counter-resonance to close it. I pulled out my camera, reviewing the photos I had taken of the clocks, their faces, their brass casings, their wooden frames. The mantle clock had a distinct indentation, a button. The alarm clock had a pinhead protrusion. The grandfather clock required the river stone. I remembered pressing the button on the mantle clock. It had gonged 12 times, then nothing. The alarm clock, a sustained ringing, then nothing. They were single-use activations, designed for a brief, powerful pulse. This meant I couldn't simply press the buttons again to reactivate them. They were like a loaded spring, designed to release their energy once. So how could I trigger them thrice, or keep them activated to create a sustained counter-resonance? Elias had mentioned the self-winding mechanism he had apparently designed and built into the table. This mechanism powered the clock's continuous, almost perpetual motion once set. If it powered their opening, could it also power their closing? I hypothesized the table was the control panel. The buttons and the river stone were merely triggers. The real power lay in the table's hidden mechanism. What if there was a master control, a way to engage the entire system in reverse, to apply the counter-resonance not just through the grandfather, but through all three clocks, simultaneously or in a specific timed sequence? My mind went back to Elias' note about the impression on the chair, the recently used quality of the canvas bag. He had been there at the table just before he failed. He would have been trying to enact this reversal. I spent another night sketching, theorizing, and piecing together every scrap of information. The phrase deliberately manipulated to converge kept echoing in my mind. The reverse must be deliberately manipulated to diverge. I focused on the table itself. Elias had described it as more than just furniture. It was the heart of the device. It housed the self-winding mechanism. It was where the nexus point was located. There had to be a way to manipulate it, to set the counter-resonance into motion. I remembered the general layout of Elias' cabin, the tools he must have used. He was a tinkerer, a craftsman. His device was mechanical, esoteric, but ultimately mechanical. There might be a lever, a crank, a hidden panel on the table itself. The journal mentioned that the table was made of a specific, dense wood, chosen for its resonant properties. It was not just a surface, it was part of the circuit. I began to think about the ritual site, the idol, the herbs, the liquid of unbinding. They were placed on the table, around the clocks. The ritual was performed on the table. The table was the stage, the altar for these powerful interactions. This meant the table was designed to receive and transmit these resonant energies. So the river stone created the natural cadence in the grandfather clock. This cadence was meant to disrupt the temporal bind. If this disruption needed to be thrice, it implied a reinforcement, an amplification. What if the remaining items from the canvas bag, the idol, the empty vial, the dried herbs, still held residual energy? The idol carved with sigils of binding, the herbs for purification, the vial for unbinding. These were all terms of reversal, of negation. Perhaps they were not merely consumed in the first ritual. Perhaps their physical presence, their resonant properties, were still vital for the full sealing. I started drawing a new diagram, the clocks, the river stone perpetually placed in the grandfather, the idol at the nexus, the scattered herbs forming a circle. But what about the liquid of unbinding? The vial was empty, its contents had been used. But Elias had kept the empty vial. Why? If its purpose was fulfilled, why keep the vessel? I remembered its description, a potent distillation of resonant minerals and lunar water. Its very essence was resonant. Even empty, the vial itself might hold residual power, a sympathetic link to its contents. My new theory began to solidify. The river stone, permanently placed in the grandfather clock, would serve as the continuous source of counter-resonance. The idol, the herbs, and the empty vial would be arranged in the sacred geometry around the clocks, not to unbind tethers, but to amplify and focus the counter-resonance, channeling it through the table's mechanism. And the thrice, maybe it wasn't three separate cadences, but three distinct phases of the sealing process, each requiring a specific action, culminating in the complete deactivation of the chronometers. This was a terrifying leap of faith, based entirely on my interpretation of a madman's journal. But what choice did I have? The watchers would remember. They would return to the signature. I couldn't run forever. I packed my meager belongings, my mind buzzing with a newfound clarity and an even deeper sense of dread. I had to go back to the tower, back to the gate, this time not to merely survive, but to finish Elias Thorne's work, to seal the veil. The long drive back was a mirror of the journey away, but with a crucial difference. I was no longer fleeing in terror. I was returning with purpose, with a terrifying, self-appointed mission. As I drove, the sun rose, painting the horizon in fiery hues. The sky was clear, indifferent. The forest, a vast expanse of green, seemed to watch me, holding its breath. I approached the turnoff for the overgrown track leading to the tower. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat. I paused, taking a deep, shuddering breath. This was it, no turning back. I turned the truck onto the track, the familiar crunch of gravel beneath the tires. The trees closed in around me, the light dimming, the air growing heavy with anticipation. The sense of dread was palpable, a cold, oppressive weight in my chest. I knew the shimmer above the tower was still there, even if I couldn't see it from this distance. The signature, calling, the watchers listening. The journey was long, tedious, and filled with a growing sense of foreboding. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. My imagination, now fully informed by Elia's horrific accounts, conjured shadows and forms in the periphery of my vision. Finally, the clearing, and there it was, the tower, standing silent, ominous, its metal frame glinting dully in the morning light. It looked the same, but I knew it wasn't. It was an open wound in reality, a beacon for things beyond our comprehension. I parked the truck, killed the engine, and stepped out into the preternatural silence. This silence was different from the forest's gentle quiet at my grandfather's cabin. This was the watchful silence Elias had described, the presence that listened. I looked up at the tower, its apex piercing the sky. I focused, straining my eyes, and there it was, a faint, almost invisible shimmering in the air, directly above the highest point of the tower. It pulsed subtly like a distant, dying star, a ghost of the blue light. It was the signature. My throat was dry, my palms sweaty. My entire being screamed at me to get back in the truck, to turn around and flee, to forget everything I had learned, to try and resume my old, ignorant life. But I couldn't. The knowledge was too heavy, the responsibility too great. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, the canvas bag clutched tightly in my hand. Inside, the journal, the idol, the herbs, and the empty vial, my tools for the impossible task ahead. I approached the base of the tower. The metal ladder, cold and uninviting, stretched upwards into the dimness of the shaft. My muscles, still aching from the previous climb, protested even before I touched the first rung. I took a deep, fortifying breath, pushing down the terror. I had to do this, for Elias, for myself, for the world. I began to climb. Each rung was a struggle, a battle against my own fear and exhaustion. The metal was cold beneath my hands, the height dizzying. I forced myself to focus on the task, on the rhythm of my breath, on the promise of the solution waiting at the top. Higher and higher I climbed, the light from below fading, the air growing colder. I tried not to think about what had emerged from the shaft, what might still be lurking in the subterranean caverns below. Finally, with a grunt of effort, I reached the trapdoor. It still hung precariously by a single hinge, a gaping maw revealing the cabin above, the splintered wood around its edges. The splintered wood around its edges was a stark reminder of the night's violence. With a grimace, I hoisted myself over the threshold, my feet landing on the dusty floorboards. The cabin was exactly as I had left it, a battlefield. Broken planks, scattered debris, the lingering, phantom chill that permeated the air despite the rising sun. My eyes immediately went to the table, to the 3 clocks standing sentinel. They still pointed to 12:00. The gate, though quiet, was still active, still humming with a faint, unseen energy. I dropped my backpack and the canvas bag onto the floor, the thud echoing in the oppressive silence. My gaze swept around the room, noting every detail, every change. The boarded-up windows remained, but one had a fresh crack running through it, a testament to the watcher's desperate attempt to force its way in. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight, filtering through the gaps, illuminating the pervasive grime that coated everything. The air here felt different than outside, heavier, thicker. It pressed down on me, a subtle, almost imperceptible psychic weight that hinted at the proximity of something vast and ancient. It wasn't the suffocating pressure of the night, but it was a clear indication that I was back in the heart of the anomaly. First things first, I needed to secure the trapdoor, at least temporarily. I couldn't risk anything else attempting to emerge from below while I worked. Searching through the debris, I found a few intact planks that had been ripped from the walls. They were rough but sturdy enough. I wedged them under the trapdoor, propping it shut as best I could, using a heavy log of firewood to brace them against the floor. It was a makeshift solution, far from secure, but it gave me a fleeting sense of control. Next, the grandfather clock. I walked to it, my hand reaching for the small wooden door. It was still closed, hiding the river stone within. I hesitated, remembering the powerful warmth it had radiated, the cadence it had brought forth. This was where the counter-resonance began. I gently unlatched and opened the door. There it was, nestled in the hollow, still and unassuming. It didn't glow, didn't pulse with warmth now, but I could feel its subtle, grounding presence. I carefully reached in and retrieved it. It was smooth, cool to the touch, but held a deeper, almost imperceptible vibration. This was the key. I placed the river stone on the table, exactly at the point where the grandfather clock stood. Then I unzipped my canvas bag. I pulled out the idol, the intricate sigils etched into its dark, polished surface. Its presence, even unactivated, felt dense, heavy with forgotten purpose. I placed it in the center of the 3 clocks where it had been during the unbinding ritual. Next, the dried herbs. I spread them carefully around the idol, forming a rough circle. Their faint, earthy scent a stark contrast to the metallic tang that still clung to the cabin air. These weren't just ordinary herbs. Elias had selected them for their specific resonant properties, their ability to amplify and purify. Finally, the empty vial. Elias had kept it. I had kept it. Its purpose, I now believed, was not in its contents but in its form. A vessel designed to hold potent distillations. I placed it gently next to the idol, completing the arrangement. The table with the clocks, the idol, the herbs, and the empty vial looked exactly like Elias' final, incomplete diagram. The stage was set. I took a step back, surveying my work. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't some theoretical exercise anymore. This was real. This was my attempt to undo what Elias had started and what I had unwittingly amplified. I remembered Elias' words. The 3 chronometers are tuned to specific temporal frequencies. Their synchronous alignment, the 0-point differential at 12:00, causes a harmonic cascade, a surgical incision, not a tearing. To reverse this, to seal the gate, I needed to disrupt that synchronicity, to create a counter-resonance that would unravel the temporal bind, not destroy it. And the phrase, not once but thrice, full cycle, undo the temporal bind, reset the veil secured. My current hypothesis was that thrice didn't mean 3 separate activations of the grandfather clock, but rather 3 distinct phases of the sealing process, perhaps corresponding to past, present, and future, or requiring a specific sequence of actions involving all 3 clocks, orchestrated through the table's hidden mechanism. I looked at the grandfather clock. Its small door was still open, the empty space where the river stone had been, where the pendulum should swing. This was the starting point. I picked up the river stone. It felt warm now, a faint, undeniable heat. As I held it, a deep thrumming sensation resonated in my palm, a steady, low vibration that seemed to calm my racing heart. This was the heart of the cadence, Elias' note had said. Slowly, deliberately, I moved to the grandfather clock and reinserted the river stone into its hollow. It settled into place with a soft click, held by the same unseen force as before. And then it began to swing. Zumba, zumba, zumba. The sound was soft, resonant, echoing in the quiet cabin. It wasn't just a sound, it was a pulse, a rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the air. A familiar golden light, faint at first, began to glow from within the grandfather clock, synchronized with the swing of the stone. This was the first phase, the re-establishment of the natural cadence, the past anchored. The air in the cabin shifted subtly. The oppressive weight lessened, replaced by a feeling of tension, like a taut wire vibrating with unseen energy. The shimmering above the tower, visible through the gaps in the boards, seemed to waver, to flicker in response to the clock's beat. It was as if the signature itself was momentarily confused, destabilized. I knew this wasn't enough. Elias had written, "Severing the tethers is a temporary measure. It cuts the direct link, but the gate remains, it is merely quieted." The river stone alone had quieted it before. Now I needed to seal it. I walked back to the table, my eyes fixed on the idol in the center. It seemed to absorb the golden light from the grandfather clock, its dark surface reflecting a faint inner luminescence. The herbs arranged around it seemed to subtly unfurl, releasing a fresh, earthy aroma. The empty vial pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. The table, it was the crucial element. It housed the self-winding mechanism, the master control. I ran my hands over its smooth, dense surface, searching for a seam, a panel, a lever. Nothing. It was a solid, unbroken expanse of wood. Frustration welled up in me. Elias hadn't detailed how to activate the counter-resonance through the table. His notes had been cut short by the Watcher's final assault. I was missing a piece, a crucial instruction. I leaned closer, inspecting the wood. It was old, worn, but expertly crafted. No obvious hinges, no hidden latches. This was not a simple mechanical device. It was something more, something integrated with the esoteric. And then I remembered Elias' words about the table's purpose. It is the heart of the device. It houses the self-winding mechanism. It is where the nexus point is located, and the table was designed to receive and transmit these resonant energies. How did one activate something designed to receive and transmit energies? Not with a lever, with an input, with an intent. My gaze fell on the idol. During the unbinding ritual, the liquid of unbinding had been poured into its cavity. That was the input then. It had focused the energy, amplified by the sacred geometry. But I had no liquid of unbinding. The vial was empty, and I wasn't trying to unbind tethers. I was trying to seal the gate. I reread Elias' note about the reversal once more, straining to decipher the garbled words. Not once, but thrice. Full cycle. Undo the temporal bind. Reset. The veil secured. Full cycle. What constituted a full cycle? The natural flow of time, the natural resonance of the universe. The grandfather clock was now swinging steadily, its golden light growing warmer, stronger. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was deeply calming, a steady heartbeat against the rising tension in the air. I looked at the mantle clock, then the alarm clock. They were still at 12:00, still dark, inert. They represented the present and the future. The grandfather had initiated the past's counter-resonance. What if the thrice referred to activating each clock's unique cadence in a specific sequence, not with their original opening mechanisms, but by channeling the river stone's counter-resonance through them? But how? How could I channel the energy? My eyes darted to the empty vial. Elias had kept it. What if it was meant to be the conduit for the counter-resonance, once it had been sufficiently initiated? What if I needed to place something into the empty vial to complete the circuit, to provide the final, focused input? But what the only resonant mineral I had was the river stone, and it was now occupied. I closed my eyes, trying to clear my mind to think like Elias. He blended science with esotericism, mechanical engineering with ancient lore. The natural cadence of the grandfather clock, the linear progression, yet chaotic element of the river stone, what else embodied such a paradox? My hand instinctively went to my chest, to the small silver locket I always wore. It was an old family heirloom, passed down through generations. My grandmother had given it to me. It held a tiny, faded photograph of my parents when they were young. It represented memory, the past linear progression. But it also represented emotion, sentiment, the unpredictable chaos of human connection. It was unique to me, imbued with personal significance, a tether of a different kind. A wild, desperate thought sparked in my mind. Elias had used resonant minerals, lunar water, powerful external energies. But what if the final, personal input to seal the gate, to truly close my connection to this horror, needed to come from me? A personal sacrifice, a grounding element from my own linear existence. This was entirely my own speculation, a leap into the unknown, unmentioned in the journal, but it felt right. It felt like the missing piece, the personal element that Elias, in his scientific detachment, might have overlooked or been unable to provide. His notes always spoke of universal principles. My experience was personal. I unlatched the locket, my fingers trembling. The silver was cool, familiar. I opened it, revealing the tiny, fragile photograph. This locket had traveled through time with my family. It embodied the very essence of my linear progression. I placed the locket into the empty vial. It fit snugly, a perfect fit. As the locket settled into the vial, a subtle shift occurred. The golden light from the grandfather clock intensified, expanding slightly, casting a faint, warm glow across the entire table. The idol pulsed more brightly, and the herbs seemed to hum, releasing a stronger, almost sweet scent. A faint hum, deeper than the grandfather's thump, began to emanate from the table itself. It was a low, resonant vibration that I could feel in the soles of my feet, traveling up through my legs. The self-winding mechanism, I realized. It was waking up. And then with a soft, almost imperceptible click, the mantle clock's face flickered. Its hands, fixed at 12:00, began to glow with a soft silver light. A moment later, a deep, resonant gong filled the cabin, exactly 12 times. Not the frantic gonging of the opening, but a deliberate, slow, powerful peal. This was the second phase, the present being reset. The golden light from the grandfather clock and the silver light from the mantle clock began to intertwine above the table, spiraling gently, creating a faint, shimmering vortex of light that pulsed in rhythm with the grandfather's beat and the mantle's lingering vibrations. The air grew colder, but not with the alien chill of the watcher. It was a crisp, clear cold, like an electric charge. I could feel the energy building, swirling around me, through me. It was immense, but it felt controlled, directed. The shimmering above the tower outside intensified, flaring a brilliant blue for a split second, then dimming to a barely visible ghost. It was fighting back, struggling against the encroaching counter-resonance. I could feel a faint, internal scream in my mind, a desperate, fading cry of frustration. My hands pressed against the table, absorbing the vibrations, lending my own desperate will to the process. This was it, the climax, the last step. The alarm clock remained dark, silent, its red numbers still fixed at 12:00. The future. It was the most amenable, Elias had said, the easiest to influence. The thrice grandfather mantle, and now the alarm. As the intertwining lights above the table spun faster, coalescing into a single, vibrant column of light, a new sound began to emerge from the table's depths. A high-pitched, almost crystalline hum, like the rapid winding of invisible gears. And then the alarm clock's face ignited. A sharp, brilliant crimson glow pulsed from its numbers, synchronized with the table's winding hum. And then it rang, not the insistent, jarring clamor of its activation during the gate's opening, but a clear, sustained, resonating tone. A single, powerful, reverberating chime that filled every corner of the cabin, cutting through the golden and silver lights dominating the space. This was the third phase, the future being secured. The three colors, golden from the grandfather, silver from the mantle, crimson from the alarm, erupted from their respective clocks, spiraling upwards, meeting above the idol, the herbs, and the locket in the vial. They merged into a single, incandescent column of pure white light that shot upwards, piercing the ceiling of the cabin, a silent, powerful beacon. The cabin shook, not violently, but with a deep, resonant vibration that hummed through the very foundations of the tower. I could feel the structure groaning, straining against the immense energies now being channeled through it. Outside, the faint shimmering above the tower flared one last, impossible time, an electric blue supernova that momentarily blinded me even through the boarded-up windows. It was an explosion of pure, desperate energy, a final, dying scream of the signature. Then, with an almost audible pop, like the snapping of an impossibly thick rope, the column of white light above the table blinked out of existence. Silence. Not the oppressive, watchful silence from before, not the terrifying vacuum of the watcher's presence, but a deep, profound, and utterly peaceful silence, a silence of completion, of closure. The grandfather clock stopped swinging. The golden light faded. The mantle clock's silver glow dissolved. The alarm clock's crimson numbers dimmed, its resonating chime fading into nothingness. All three clocks were still fixed at 12:00, but they were inert now, cold, dark. They were no longer pulsing with a hidden power. They were just clocks. I staggered back from the table, my legs giving out, and sank to the floor. My entire body trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer, overwhelming release of tension, the monumental effort that had just transpired. My head ached, my eyes burned, but my mind felt strangely clear, unburdened. I looked out the gaps in the boarded-up windows. The shimmering above the tower was gone, utterly, vanished without a trace. The sky was a clear, brilliant blue, the forest below a vibrant, normal green. The veil, it was secured. I felt it in my bones, an intuitive certainty. The gate was sealed, the temporal bind undone. The chronometers were deactivated, their harmonic resonance shattered, not by destruction, but by a precise counter-resonance. The signature, the beacon for the watchers, had been erased. Elias Thorne's work, my improbable completion of it. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. My gaze fell upon the table. The idol stood silent, dark. The herbs were brittle, their faint scent now almost gone. The empty vial, still holding my locket, felt cool to the touch. The locket itself seemed duller, as if it had expended some of its intrinsic energy. It had become the anchor, the personal focal point, in Elias' grand, impersonal design. I carefully retrieved my locket from the vial, fastening it back around my neck. It felt lighter now, but still familiar, a silent witness to the impossible. The cabin, though still a wreck, no longer felt threatening. It felt empty. The lingering metallic scent of ozone was gone, replaced by the faint, earthy smell of the herbs and the lingering scent of damp wood. I walked to the boarded-up window that had cracked. I carefully pulled away a few loose planks, peering outside. The sun was high now, bathing the forest in warm, golden light. A bird chirped, its cheerful song echoing through the trees. The wind rustled the leaves, a gentle, soothing sound. It was over, truly over. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over me. I needed sleep, real sleep, free from nightmares of towering figures and psychic screams. I needed food and water, but more than anything, I needed to process what had just happened. My life had been irrevocably changed. I had peered behind the curtain of reality, witnessed cosmic horrors, and played a part in sealing a gate between dimensions. I was no longer just an urban explorer. I was something else entirely. I took one last look at the clocks. 3 silent, inert timepieces. No longer a beacon, no longer a gate. Just objects waiting for time to wind them once more, to remind them of their mundane purpose. I picked up my backpack and the canvas bag, the journal nestled safely inside. Its pages, though still filled with Elia's frantic scrawls, now felt like a historical document, a testament to a forgotten war. I walked to the trapdoor. The planks I had wedged were still holding. I carefully removed them. The dark shaft of the ladder stretched down into the earth. No sounds came from below, no cold air, no sense of lurking dread, just the cool, damp smell of earth. I swung my legs over the edge, found the first rung, and began my descent. This time the climb down felt different, not a desperate escape, but a purposeful departure. Each rung was a step back into the world I knew, a world that was now, thanks to Elias and me, a little safer, a little more secure. As I reached the base of the tower and stepped off the ladder, I felt a sense of finality. The tower stood tall, bathed in sunlight, a silent monument to a battle fought and won. It looked ordinary, innocuous, but I knew its truth. I knew what it had contained. I quickly found the trail back to my truck. The walk was still long, but I moved with a lighter step, my mind clearer than it had been in days. The forest sounds were vibrant, alive. The world felt real again, solid, tangible. Finally, I saw the glint of my truck through the trees. I pushed through the last of the undergrowth and stumbled into the clearing. I fumbled with the keys, opened the door, and collapsed into the driver's seat. I leaned back, closing my eyes, taking deep, shuddering breaths. The familiar scent of old upholstery and stale coffee was a profound comfort. I was safe, and this time I knew it was for good. I started the truck. The engine roared to life, a powerful, reassuring sound of mechanical reality. I put it in reverse, my eyes automatically darting to the rearview mirror. Through the rear window, framed by the distant tree line where the tower stood, there was nothing. No shimmering, no pulse, no ghost of blue light, just the clear, bright sky. I smiled, a genuine, relieved smile that felt foreign on my tired face. I had done it. I stomped on the gas, sending the truck hurtling down the overgrown track. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The road stretched out before me, long and empty. The sun climbed higher, relentless, but the shadows of the tower and what lurked beyond the veil had receded. They were no longer clinging to me. My life as I knew it was irrevocably changed. I was marked, yes, but not by terror, by knowledge, by experience. I drove until I reached the paved road, a blessed relief. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving. away from the forest, away from the silence, towards something new. I pulled over at the first gas station I saw, the familiar garish signs and bustling activity, a welcome antidote to the desolate wilderness. I filled my tank, bought water, coffee, and a pile of junk food. My phone, miraculously, had full bars, a flood of missed calls and texts from concerned friends. This time I didn't hesitate. I opened my contacts, scrolled to my best friend's name, and pressed call. I didn't know how I would explain. I knew it would sound impossible, unbelievable, but I had to try. I had to start somewhere. As the phone rang, I glanced at my reflection in the greasy gas station window. My eyes were still wide, haunted, my face pale and drawn. I still looked like I had been through a war, but there was something new there too, a flicker of resolve, a hint of understanding. The journey had just begun in a different way. The quest for answers, for understanding, for a place in this new, terrifying reality. I was no longer just running. I was figuring out how to live with what I knew. The phone connected. "Hello." My friend's voice came through, filled with worry. "Hey," I said, my voice hoarse but steady. "It's me. I have a story to tell you. You're not going to believe it." This was the first step, the first crack in the silence, the first attempt to share the impossible truth. I would start with Elia's thorn. I would start with a fire watchtower in the middle of nowhere. I would start with the clocks and the gate and the things that watched from beyond the veil. And I would tell it all, every terrifying, unbelievable detail, because I couldn't carry this burden alone anymore. My friend's voice was a lifeline, pulling me back to a world I almost lost. I was back, but I was changed, and the story was far from over. The gate was sealed, but the knowledge remained, and knowledge I was learning was a burden all its own. I drove away from the gas station, back onto the open road. The sun was now setting, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple. It was a beautiful, normal sunset, but I knew better. I knew the fragile beauty of this world, and the thinness of the veil that separated it from other, darker realities. I was a witness, a survivor, and now perhaps a storyteller. The world needed to know, even if it was just one person at a time. I gripped the steering wheel, my mind already formulating the words, the impossible narrative I had to convey. My friend's hesitant hello was a tiny thread of normalcy in a tapestry that had shredded around me. I tried to sound casual, but my voice was raw, frayed at the edges. "Hey, Sarah," I managed, surprised at the tremors that still ran through my words. "It's me. Look, I know this is going to sound insane, but I need to tell you something. Can you meet me?" There was a pause, a beat of worried silence from her end. "Oh my God, are you okay? I've been calling you for days. Where have you been? What happened? Your phone just went dead." Her voice was a torrent of concern, a welcome reminder that there were people who cared, people who lived in a world where strange things didn't involve interdimensional entities. "I'm mostly okay," I replied, trying to choose my words carefully. "I'm on my way back now. Can you meet me at our usual spot, the old diner? I need to tell you everything in person. It's a lot." "The diner, you sound like you've seen a ghost," she said, but the anxiety in her voice deepened. "Okay, yeah, I'll be there in an hour. Don't you dare hang up until I see your face." I promised I wouldn't, and despite the surreal weight of the past few days, a sliver of relief pierced through. Sarah was pragmatic, grounded. She was also fiercely loyal and wouldn't dismiss me outright. But telling her, truly telling her, was going to be another monumental task. The drive to the city felt endless. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a bruised palette of purples and grays. As darkness fell, the familiar glow of distant streetlights began to appear, growing brighter, more numerous, until the full sprawl of the city unfolded before me. The urban hum, the constant movement of cars, the bright signs of businesses, it was all a cacophony of reassuring normal, a world I had almost lost. I parked my truck a few blocks from the diner, needing a moment to compose myself. My reflection in the rearview mirror was a stranger, gaunt, hollow-eyed hair matted. The silver locket still rested against my sternum, a cool, quiet weight. It was duller, yes, but still there, a physical reminder of the impossible. Taking a deep breath, I pulled my backpack tighter and stepped out. The evening air was cool, carrying the scent of exhaust fumes and cheap takeout city smells. I walked towards the diner, the rhythmic clack of my boots on the pavement a stark contrast to the rustling leaves and eerie silence of the forest. Sarah was already there, perched in a booth by the window, nervously stirring a cup of coffee. Her eyes, usually so bright and full of life, were etched with worry. When she saw me, a gasp escaped her lips, and she practically launched herself across the booth. "Oh my God, you look like hell," she cried, her hands flying to my face, tracing the dark circles under my eyes, the smudges of dirt on my cheek. "What happened? Were you in an accident? A fight?" I shook my head, managing a weak smile. "No, worse." I slid into the booth opposite her, letting my backpack drop with a heavy thud beside me. "I told you, it's a long story." She leaned forward, her eyes never leaving mine, a flicker of fear replacing the initial shock. "Okay, tell me, everything. Don't leave out a single detail." So I did. I started from the beginning, from the innocent urban exploration trip to the abandoned fire tower. I told her about Elias Thorne's journal, his meticulous, maddening entries, the gradual descent into a world beyond science. I described the 3 clocks, the idol, the strange table, and the chilling realization of their purpose. I told her about the cold, the silence, the sense of being watched. I described the Watcher, its towering, skeletal form, its eyes of pure darkness, the psychic scream, the tethers of light. I recounted the desperate, accidental activation of the river stone, the golden light, the rhythmic thump of the grandfather clock, and the entity's panicked retreat. Sarah listened, her face growing paler with each word. Her coffee grew cold, forgotten. She didn't interrupt, didn't question, just absorbed every detail, her expression moving from concern to disbelief, then to a creeping horror. When I described Elia's final, garbled entries, his theory of counter-resonance, and my own terrifying journey back to the tower to seal the gate, her jaw dropped. I explained the ritual, the specific placement of the idol, the herbs, the empty vial, and my locket. I recounted the synchronized lights, the clanging, the ringing, the final, blinding flash of white light, and the profound, peaceful silence that followed. And then it was gone, I finished, my voice barely a whisper, the memory still fresh, vibrant, and terrifying. The shimmering above the tower, the cold, the silence, all of it just gone. She stared at me, her eyes wide, unblinking. For a long moment, the only sound was the distant clatter of dishes from the diner kitchen. You sealed a gate to another dimension, she finally managed, her voice barely audible, laced with a tremor of disbelief. You stopped an alien entity from coming through a magic clock. I nodded, feeling the exhaustion settle deep in my bones. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't lived it. Sarah ran a hand through her hair, her gaze unfocused, as if she were trying to process a concept too vast for her mind. But it's real, all of it. Elias Thorne, the Watchers, the veil, it's real. As real as this booth, Sarah, more real than anything I've ever experienced. I reached for my locket, running my thumb over its surface. This was the final piece, my personal anchor. It's changed. She leaned back, her body language stiff with shock. So you're telling me that there are things out there, things that want to cross over. And Elias Thorne, this crazy old professor, opened the door, and then you, my urban explorer slash photographer friend, closed it. That's the gist of it, yeah. She shook her head, a bewildered laugh bubbling up, thin and bordering on hysteria. This is like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. Are you sure you're not hallucinating? Sleep deprivation. Maybe you ate some bad mushrooms in the woods. I wish, I said, a wry, humorless smile touching my lips. I've got the journal, Sarah. Elias' journal. Every terrifying detail he documented, everything he predicted came true. And I still have the river stone, the one that powered it all. I reached into my backpack, pulling out the worn leather-bound journal. I pushed it across the table to her. Read it, you'll see. His handwriting, his scientific diagrams, his descent into fear and obsession. It's all there. Sarah hesitated, then slowly, carefully, picked up the journal. Her fingers traced the faded lettering on the cover. She opened it to a random page, her eyes scanning the tight, almost indecipherable script. Her expression shifted, a dawning realization replacing some of the disbelief. The sheer volume of detail, the complex sketches, the scientific terminology mixed with esoteric lore. It was too much to be a simple fabrication. This is incredible, she whispered, her voice laced with awe and a fresh surge of fear. He was actually doing this, and you finished it. She looked up at me, her eyes brimming with a mixture of terror and fierce pride. You saved the world, didn't you? The weight of her words settled heavily on me. I don't know about saved the world. I just sealed one hole, one gate. Elias seemed to think this was a unique focal point, a specific nexus. But if it could happen here, I trailed off, the unspoken implications hanging in the air. Sarah nodded slowly. Right, so what now? You have this knowledge. What do you do with it? That was the question, the one that had been churning in my mind since I left the tower. I don't know. I can't just go back to my old life, can I? Pretend none of this happened. I've seen things, and I know the veil is thin. What if there are other gates, other watchers? You need to rest first, Sarah said, her voice firm. You look like you're about to collapse. Come stay at my place. We'll figure this out. But you need to eat, sleep, and try to process this. Your brain has been through a war zone. Her offer was a lifeline, a gentle hand pulling me back from the precipice of overwhelm. I nodded gratefully. Thank you, Sarah. I don't think I could be alone right now. The next few days at Sarah's apartment were a blur of restless sleep, vivid nightmares, and endless conversations. I recounted the story repeatedly, each time trying to make it clearer, more coherent, to convince myself as much as her. Sarah, true to her nature, began to approach the impossible with a surprising pragmatism. She didn't deny my experience. Instead, she started asking questions, trying to understand the mechanics, the implications. So these watchers, she'd say, sitting across from me at her kitchen table, a fresh cup of tea steaming between us. They're not evil, just alien. They want to experience our reality. That's what Elias thought, their pure will, pure awareness. They yearn for form, for manifestation. Our reality, our structured time, provides that, and human fear is the perfect fuel. And the veil, it's just a natural barrier, but it can be thinned or torn. Elias' chronometers created a precise surgical incision, but he warned that destroying them or mismanaging the sealing could tear the veil permanently. A flood of unbound time, he called it, an uncontrolled flood of watchers. Sarah shivered despite the warmth of her apartment. Okay, so the danger isn't just this one watcher, but the integrity of reality itself. Got it. She paused, chewing on her lip. This Elias Thorne, he was brilliant, wasn't he? A genius, even if he was dabbling in madness. He was, I agreed, tracing the outline of the locket beneath my shirt. And he died trying to fix what he started. I just got lucky, or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. We spent hours poring over Elia's journal together. Sarah, with her sharp, analytical mind, picked up on nuances I had missed in my panicked reading. She helped me create a timeline of Elia's experiments, his increasing exposure to the Watcher's influence, and his desperate search for the counter-resonance. He really pushed the boundaries, didn't he? She commented one evening, her brow furrowed in concentration. He was trying to understand the fundamental nature of time and space to control it. That's a powerful ambition. And a dangerous one, I added. He paid the ultimate price. The river stone, nestled safely in a velvet pouch in my backpack, became a focal point of our discussions. Sarah handled it carefully, marveling at its ordinary appearance, yet acknowledging the immense power I described it to possess. So this stone, she mused, turning it over in her palm. It embodies linear progression and a chaotic element. It generates a natural cadence. It's like a counter-frequency generator for temporal distortion. Her scientific terminology made it sound almost logical, almost explainable. This was the gift of Sarah's presence. She helped me rationalize the irrational, to frame the cosmic horror within a comprehensible, albeit still terrifying, context. We talked about what Elias had learned about the Watchers, their nature, their motivations, their methods, how they were drawn to fear, how they left behind tethers of energy, how they remembered the taste of our reality. So even though this gate is sealed, Sarah said, tapping the journal with a pen, they still exist, out there, and they still know about us. Yeah, I confirmed, a chill running down my spine. Elias said they'll always be drawn to places where the veil is thin, where the conditions are ripe for them to cross. The tower was just one such place. This was the core of my lingering dread. One gate was sealed, but the fundamental problem remained. The universe was vast, and the veil fragile. After a week of intense discussion and restless sleep, I started feeling more grounded, more present. The haunted look in my eyes hadn't completely faded, but the panic had receded, replaced by a grim resolve. I can't just ignore this, Sarah, I told her one morning, watching the sunrise paint the city skyline in soft hues. I have this knowledge, Elia's journal. It's a map to understanding these things, and I have the stone. I have to do something. Sarah turned from the window, her expression serious. I know, but what? You can't just go around looking for other gates, can you? You're not a trained scientist or a professional monster hunter. No, I admitted, a flicker of exasperation in my voice. But I can't pretend this didn't happen. This information, it needs to be shared, cautiously, carefully, but shared. We debated this for hours. Who would believe us? How could we present such an outlandish story without being dismissed as delusional? The journal, while compelling to us, would be seen as the ramblings of a madman by anyone else. The river stone, just a rock. We need more proof, Sarah concluded, ever the pragmatist. Something tangible, something that can be verified by conventional means, even if it's just a hint of the truth. Without that, you'll just be a crazy person telling a tall tale. But what kind of proof? I asked, frustrated. The Watchers don't leave physical evidence. The tower is just a tower now. The clocks are just clocks. Think about Elia's initial findings, she suggested, flipping through the journal again. He didn't just stumble upon the tower. He had preliminary readings confirming significant energy fluctuations. He mapped subterranean currents, ley lines, a natural amplifier for these energies. This wasn't just a random spot, it was a nexus. My mind raced. So, he had scientific instruments, things that measured these energy fluctuations. Exactly, Sarah exclaimed, a spark of excitement in her eyes. If we could replicate some of his measurements, show that there was an anomaly at the tower, even if it's gone now, that would be a start. It wouldn't prove watchers, but it would prove something was there. This was a tangible goal, something I could wrap my mind around. But I don't have his equipment, and even if I did, I don't know how to use it. Elias left detailed notes, didn't he? Schematics, diagrams of his devices. He even mentioned specific types of crystals and metals. Maybe we can identify what he used, or at least understand the principles behind them. It was a daunting task, but it felt right. A way to honor Elias' legacy, to continue his work in a different, more grounded way. Okay, I said, a renewed sense of purpose replacing the lingering malaise. Let's start there. Let's try to understand Elias Thorne's science, not just his esoteric theories. Maybe there's a way to detect these energy fluctuations, even subtle ones, that could indicate other thin spots in the veil. We dedicated the next few weeks to this new quest. Sarah, leveraging her academic connections, started searching for obscure scientific papers, trying to find any mention of Elias Thorne or his unique blend of temporal physics and ancient esotericism. Unsurprisingly, she found nothing. Elias was a ghost, leaving only his journal behind. I, in turn, began poring over the sections of the journal detailing Elias' equipment. He had sketched intricate diagrams of what he called chronos sensors, devices designed to measure temporal distortions and veil permeability. They involved intricate arrangements of quartz crystals, specific rare earth elements, and modified electromagnetic coils. He was basically building his own specialized Geiger counter for temporal energy, Sarah concluded, studying a complex schematic. This is cutting-edge stuff, even for the 70s. Most of these materials would have been incredibly hard to source back then. We found references to specific models of commercial magnetometers and gravimeters that Elias had modified, tearing them apart and rebuilding them to his own specifications. He was clearly a brilliant engineer as well as a theoretical physicist. We can't replicate these exactly, I conceded, looking at a diagram of a multi-spectrum temporal scanner. It's too complex, too specialized, and we don't have access to his workshop or his resources. No, Sarah agreed, but we can understand the principles, what he was trying to detect, what kind of energies indicate a thinning veil. He talks a lot about subtle gravimetric anomalies and localized quantum entanglement near these nexus points. This was a starting point. We immersed ourselves in quantum physics textbooks, trying to bridge the gap between Elias' esoteric language and conventional science. It was slow, painstaking work, filled with frustrating dead ends and confusing concepts. But the motivation was immense. The idea that there might be other gates, other watchers, fueled our relentless pursuit of knowledge. During this time, I started documenting my own experiences more thoroughly, not just the initial terror, but the subtle changes I felt within myself. My perception of time felt stretched. Sometimes a moment would seem to linger, others would rush by. I attributed it to trauma, but a part of me wondered if it was a lingering effect of my interaction with the veil, a subtle attunement. The locket, too, felt different. It no longer radiated the faint warmth it had at the tower, but it felt heavier, more significant, a silent, constant reminder. We decided to begin our practical exploration with the tower itself. Even if the gate was sealed, the site was still a nexus. There might be residual energy, a faint echo of the anomaly that Elia's methods might be able to detect. If we can pick up any kind of unusual readings there, even subtle ones, Sarah argued, that would be our first piece of tangible evidence. A baseline to prove that the place wasn't just a normal fire tower. So armed with borrowed geological survey equipment, a high-sensitivity magnetometer, a portable gravimeter, and a basic EMF detector, we planned our return. The prospect of going back to the tower filled me with a familiar unease, but it was overshadowed by a grim determination. This time I wouldn't be fleeing. I would be studying. The drive back to the forest felt different. It was no longer a journey of desperate escape or terrifying return, but a scientific expedition. Sarah was with me, her presence a steadying influence. She had packed a cooler with snacks and coffee, her usual practical approach to any endeavor, no matter how extraordinary. As we navigated the overgrown track, the trees closing in around us, Sarah looked at me, a mixture of excitement and trepidation in her eyes. Are you ready for this? I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. As ready as I'll ever be. This is what we have to do. The clearing came into view. The tower stood, silent and stark, against the backdrop of the autumnal forest. It looked utterly mundane. No shimmering, no cold, no oppressive silence, just a forgotten relic. It looks normal, Sarah whispered, her voice tinged with disappointment and relief. That's the point, I said, cutting the engine. The gate is sealed, the signature is gone, but the nexus remains, and so does Elia's Thorn's truth. We spent the entire day at the tower, meticulously taking readings. Sarah, with her background in scientific methodology, guided the process. We set up grids, recorded data points, and cross-referenced readings. The magnetometer showed faint, localized fluctuations, barely registering above background noise. The gravimeter also indicated subtle, almost imperceptible anomalies in the gravitational field around the tower's base. The EMF detector, however, registered nothing unusual. It's subtle, Sarah said, hunched over her laptop, reviewing the data. Really, really subtle. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you'd dismiss it as environmental noise. But there are consistent patterns here, especially around the base. It's not just a normal forest. There's something going on with the Earth's energy here. I knew what it was. It was the echo of the nexus, the natural amplifier of the ley lines Elias had described, the wellspring from which the veil drew its fragility. It was a faint but undeniable confirmation of his geological surveys, proof that the tower's location was indeed special, even if the gate was now closed. It's a start, I said, feeling a surge of triumph. It's not Watchers, but it's something. It's proof that this isn't just a random spot. We packed up our equipment as the sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The tower, still and imposing, seemed to watch us, a silent guardian of secrets. Okay, Sarah said, closing her laptop. So we have a baseline. The next step is to analyze this data, compare it to what Elias described, and try to refine our understanding of these temporal fluctuations. Maybe we can build a more sensitive detector, based on his designs, that can pick up what his Chronos sensors would have measured. This was a long-term project, a life's work potentially, but it was a path forward, a way to channel the terror and the knowledge into something productive. Back at Sarah's apartment, we began the painstaking process of analyzing the data. We correlated our readings with Elia's journal entries, trying to find commonalities in his descriptions of energy fluctuations and veil permeability. We spent countless hours in libraries, poring over physics journals, geology reports, and even ancient folklore, searching for any parallels to Elia's theories. It was a slow, often frustrating journey, but we were making progress. We started sketching designs for our own, simplified Chronos sensor, combining Elia's principles with modern materials and technology. We learned about the resonant frequencies of different crystals, the properties of rare earth elements, and the subtle ways they could interact with electromagnetic and gravitational fields. During one particularly intense research session, Sarah stumbled upon an obscure, digitized academic paper from the early 1970s. It was a philosophical treatise on the nature of time, authored by a Dr. Eris Thorne. Thorne, Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. Could it be? Elia's first name was Elias, but sometimes people publish under their middle name or use an initial. We eagerly scoured the paper. Dr. Eris Thorne was a theoretical physicist, known for his unconventional, almost mystical approach to time mechanics. His theories, while speculative, bore a striking resemblance to some of Elias' early philosophical musings on the cyclical nature of time and the multi-layered reality. He uses the term temporal differential a lot, Sarah pointed out, tapping the screen, and harmonic resonance. It's almost identical to Elias' terminology. This was a breakthrough, a confirmation that Elias Thorne wasn't just a solitary madman, but potentially part of a larger, albeit secretive, academic circle. He might have had peers, colleagues who shared his radical ideas. If he published this, maybe there are other papers, I mused, a flicker of hope igniting within me. Maybe he left a trail outside of the journal, other works, other theories, other colleagues. We delved deeper, using Eris Thorne's name as our new search key. We found more articles, mostly obscure, published in niche journals or presented at small, private symposiums. They were dense, complex, often ridiculed by mainstream science for their unprovable metaphysics. But to us, they were gold. They were Elias' public face, his intellectual journey laid bare. One paper published in 1968 stood out. It outlined a theoretical framework for localized temporal distortion fields and proposed a method for detecting them using what he vaguely described as resonant crystalline arrays. The paper also mentioned the importance of specific geographical nexus points where these distortions would naturally occur. This was it. Elias Thorne, 5 years before the tower, was already laying the groundwork for his device. He was conceptualizing the chronometers, the veil, the gate. And then a footnote in one of his later papers, written in 1972, ongoing research into the practical application of these principles has necessitated a change of locale and a more direct approach to observation. Correspondence may be directed to Dr. K. Lundgren, University of Uppsala, Department of Esoteric Physics. Department of Esoteric Physics, I scoffed, a nervous laugh escaping me. That sounds made up. It probably is, Sarah said, her eyes glued to the screen. Or it's a euphemism, a cover. But Lundgren, Dr. K. Lundgren, this could be a lead, a real living person who might have known Elias, who might have shared his work. This was a dangerous, exhilarating prospect. Elias had gone to great lengths to isolate himself. His journal was a private record, but this footnote, it was an intentional breadcrumb. Uppsala is in Sweden, Sarah noted, a long way from here. Doesn't matter, I said, my heart pounding. This is it. This is our chance to find answers beyond the journal, to understand what Elias was truly a part of, to see if there are others. The thought of others who knew about the veil, about the Watchers, was both terrifying and incredibly hopeful. We wouldn't be alone in this impossible knowledge anymore. We immediately began researching Dr. K. Lundgren and the University of Uppsala. The Department of Esoteric Physics, as expected, didn't exist, but a Dr. Karin Lundgren was listed as a retired professor from the Department of Theoretical Physics, known for her groundbreaking work in quantum mechanics and her unusual interest in fringe theories. Her last known contact was an emeritus address in a remote coastal town in northern Sweden. She's probably old now, Sarah mused, if she's even still alive, but she's our best shot. She might hold the keys to understanding the full scope of Elias' work, the why he opened the gate in the first place, beyond just pure observation. The decision was made. We would travel to Sweden. The preparations were swift and meticulous. We booked flights, arranged for accommodations, and gathered all our research materials. Elias' journal, of course, was coming with us, carefully wrapped and secured in my carry-on. The river stone remained in its velvet pouch, a silent, powerful talisman. The journey was long, crossing continents and time zones. The drone of the airplane engine was a dull comfort, a stark contrast to the profound silence of the tower. I stared out the window, watching the clouds drift by, contemplating the vastness of the world and the unseen layers of reality that lay just beyond our perception. When we finally landed in Sweden, the air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and salt. We rented a car and began the long drive north, towards the remote coastal town where Dr. Lundgren lived. The landscape was breathtaking, ancient forests, sparkling fjords, and a profound sense of wild, untamed nature. It felt eerily similar to the wilderness surrounding Elias Tower, but with a different, calmer energy. We found the small town nestled on the edge of a rugged coastline, a cluster of brightly painted houses clinging to the cliffs. Dr. Lundgren's address led us to a charming, albeit secluded, cottage overlooking the sea. A winding path, overgrown with wildflowers, led to a weathered wooden door. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, the next chapter, the answer to so many questions. Sarah, ever the diplomat, took the lead. She knocked gently on the door. After a moment, we heard shuffling sounds from within, and then the door creaked open. A woman stood there, small and frail, with a shock of startling white hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her eyes, however, were piercingly intelligent, sparkling with an ageless curiosity. She was old, yes, but her gaze was sharp, perceptive. "Yes?" she asked, her voice a low, raspy murmur with a hint of a Scandinavian accent. She looked at us, two unexpected strangers on her doorstep, with an expression that was a mix of polite inquiry and cautious skepticism. Sarah began, her voice calm and measured. "Dr. Lundgren, my name is Sarah, and this is my friend. We've traveled a long way to speak with you. We're here about Dr. Eris Thorne." The old woman's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. A flicker of something, surprise mixed with a deep, ancient sorrow, crossed her face. Her gaze lingered on me for a moment, an unsettling depth in her pale blue eyes, as if she could see something beyond my outward appearance. "Eris," she repeated, the name a soft echo in the quiet afternoon. It has been many years since I heard that name. Come in. She stepped aside, opening the door wider. It is not often I have visitors who know of Eris, especially not from so far away. We stepped into a cozy, cluttered living room filled with books, scientific diagrams, and strange, beautiful artifacts. The air smelled of old paper, pipe tobacco, and something faintly metallic like ozone. It was the smell of Elias Thorne's cabin, but softer, more settled, less charged with fear. Dr. Lundgren gestured for us to sit on a worn, velvet sofa. She settled into a large armchair opposite us, her small frame almost disappearing amidst the cushions. She watched us with an unnerving stillness, waiting. "Please," she said, her voice now firmer, "tell me, why are you here and what do you know of Eris?" I took a deep breath, clutching the journal, which I had retrieved from my bag. "Dr. Lundgren, we found Elias Thorne's journal, his private journal, and we believe we've just finished his work." I placed the journal on the small coffee table between us. Dr. Lundgren's eyes immediately fixed on it, a profound recognition in her gaze. Her frail hand reached out, trembling slightly, to touch the worn leather cover. "His private journal," she murmured, a wistful note in her voice. "He would never show that to anyone, not even me." She looked up at us, her eyes sharp. "You finished his work. What work? What have you done?" Her question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. This was it, the moment of truth. We were no longer alone. We had found someone who understood, someone who shared the burden of this impossible knowledge, and perhaps someone who knew even more. I recounted the story again, this time with greater detail, with the journal open before us, pointing to specific entries, diagrams, and notes. I explained the chronometers, the gate, the watchers, the river stone, and the ceiling. Sarah chimed in, providing the scientific context, explaining our findings at the tower. Dr. Lundgren listened intently, her expression shifting from cautious skepticism to growing alarm, then to a deep, profound sadness. She didn't interrupt, didn't question, but her eyes, fixed on the journal, seemed to absorb every word, every nuance. When I finished describing the final, blinding flash of white light and the disappearance of the signature, a tear welled in Dr. Lundgren's eye and slowly tracked down her wrinkled cheek. "So," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion, "he succeeded, after all these years, and you completed his desperate final act." She looked at me, a profound sense of understanding in her gaze. "You faced them. You truly faced them." She picked up the journal, cradling it in her hands like a sacred relic. Eris, he was so brilliant, so driven, but he was also deeply afraid of what he had unleashed. He spoke to me in letters in those last months. He knew he was losing the battle. He knew he was becoming attuned to their influence. He mentioned his mind being under constant assault, I confirmed. He couldn't finish the sealing himself. "No," Dr. Lundgren said, shaking her head sadly. "He tried. He wrote to me, desperate for answers. He had discovered the counter-resonance, the river stone, yes, but he was too far gone. His will was compromised. He could not initiate the full cycle that was required. He had opened the door too wide, and they had taken too firm a hold." She looked at us, her gaze intense. "But you were different. You could complete the final, delicate phase. The internal chaos element of the stone, the embodiment of a human will unbound by their alien logic, was too great for him to wield once he was already intertwined with their influence." Dr. Lundgren paused, her gaze drifting towards the window, where the endless gray of the North Sea met the horizon. Eris believed that human will, when pure and untainted, held a unique resonance. a frequency that could cut through the Watcher's influence, through their psychic noise. He sought it in resonant crystals, in specific elements, but he overlooked the most potent source, the human spirit itself. Your locket, infused with generations of linear progression, of human memory and emotion, that was the key. It was the personal, grounding anchor he could no longer provide himself. A quiet awe settled over me. My simple locket, a family heirloom, had been the linchpin in a cosmic battle. It was a humbling, almost surreal realization. But why did he open it in the first place? I asked, the question I had carried with me for weeks finally escaping my lips. If he knew the danger, why would he ever build the chronometers? Dr. Lundgren sighed, a deep, weary sound that seemed to carry the weight of years. Eris was a visionary. He believed humanity was on the cusp of an evolutionary leap, but that we were blind to the true nature of reality. He sought to prove the existence of these veil-thinning events, to push the boundaries of quantum physics into what he called temporal mechanics. He saw the Watchers not as malevolent, but as pure, raw consciousness. Entities that existed outside our linear time, yearning for experience. He believed that if we could understand them, we could understand the fundamental structure of time itself, perhaps even learn to navigate it. She looked at me, her eyes filled with a sad understanding. He truly believed he could control it, observe them without interference. He designed the chronometers to be a controlled incision, a temporary window. He was so meticulous in his calculations, so confident in his safeguards. He never anticipated the Watcher's capacity for influence, for insidious psychological infiltration. He mentioned being marked, I recalled, that they remembered him. They remember everyone who truly perceives them, Dr. Lundgren confirmed, her voice grim, and they remember the taste of our reality. Once a gate is opened, even a controlled one, it creates a lingering resonance, a memory for them. Even when sealed, the nexus point remains, a scar on the veil. They will continue to be drawn to it, to test its integrity. My heart sank, so it's not truly over then. They'll always be trying to get back in. Not actively trying to get back into that specific gate, she clarified. Your sealing was complete, precise. It disrupted the harmonic resonance completely, but the tower location remains a nexus, and Watchers are infinite, drawn to any suitable nexus point, any weakness in the veil. Your gate was a test case, one they sought to exploit, but there are others, always others. Others, Sarah asked, her voice tight with renewed concern. How many others? Where? Dr. Lundgren shrugged, a gesture of helplessness. The universe is vast, and the veil is thin in many places. Ley lines, specific geological formations, even strong psychic concentrations of fear or belief can create these nexus points. Elias, in his early research, mapped several potential sites, but none, he believed, were as potent or amenable to observation as the tower you found. She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them, a determined glint in their depths. Eris's ambition led him down a dangerous path. He sought to control what cannot be controlled, but he also left behind the knowledge, the understanding of the threat. And you, young one, she looked directly at me, you proved his theories of counter-resonance. You used his science and your own innate human resonance to achieve what he could not. So what do we do with this knowledge? I asked, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. We can't just ignore it. Dr. Lundgren nodded slowly. No, you cannot, and I too have carried this burden. Eris and I were not alone in our inquiries, you see. There was a small, informal collective. Scholars, scientists, mystics. We called ourselves the Keepers of the Veil. We sought to understand these phenomena to protect humanity from the unseen. But after Eris's incident, the collective fractured. Most dismissed his later theories as madness. I was one of the few who believed he had touched upon a terrible truth. The Department of Esoteric Physics, Sarah murmured, a knowing look on her face. Dr. Lundgren smiled faintly. Indeed, a quaint cover. Most of my colleagues believed I had simply lost my mind in my old age, but I continued my research quietly, always hoping that someone somewhere would find Eris's work and complete it. I waited for a sign. She tapped the journal. This is the sign. So the keepers of the veil, they still exist? I asked, a glimmer of hope sparking within me. In spirit, perhaps, she replied, but not as a cohesive group, not anymore. However, I maintained contact with a few individuals, those who were receptive, those who understood that there are more things in heaven and earth, as your Shakespeare said. She rose from her armchair, her movements slow but deliberate, and walked to a large, antique wooden cabinet in the corner of the room. She opened it, revealing not books, but a neatly organized collection of files, maps, and strange, intricate devices. Eris provided me with copies of his early geological surveys, she explained, pulling out a faded map. These are the other potential nexus points he identified, places where the veil is naturally thin, places where watchers might be drawn, where a gate might eventually form if left unchecked. She spread the map on a heavy oak table, revealing a scattering of marked locations across the globe, remote mountain ranges, ancient ruins, deep ocean trenches, even a few bustling urban centers. Each was circled, annotated with faint, almost illegible notes. These are not gates, not yet, she clarified, tracing a finger over a mark in the Himalayas. But they are vulnerabilities, places that need to be monitored, perhaps even protected. This is what Elias meant by other conditions being ripe, I realized, a fresh understanding washing over me. Precisely, Dr. Lundgren confirmed. And this is where your work truly begins. You have the experience, you have the journal, and you have the river stone, a unique artifact of immense counter-resonance. You possess the direct understanding of how to seal a gate should one begin to form. She looked at Sarah, and you, young woman, have the pragmatic, scientific mind to help refine the detection methods, to bridge the gap between Elias' esoteric brilliance and reproducible science. Together, you are a formidable team. The enormity of what she was suggesting settled over me. This wasn't just about closing one chapter. It was about opening a new, profound, and terrifying one. It was a life dedicated to protecting the fragile reality I had once taken for granted. You want us to find these places, monitor them, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. More than that, Dr. Lundgren said, her eyes burning with a quiet intensity. You must re-establish the keepers, not as a secretive, isolated group, but as a new kind of organization, one that blends Elias' radical insights with modern scientific rigor, one that educates, that warns, that prepares. Because while your gate is sealed, the watchers are out there, and they remember. She picked up a small, intricately carved wooden box from the cabinet. Over the years, I have gathered what I could, resources, information, contacts. I have even in my own way tried to refine Elias' detection methods. These, she opened the box, revealing a collection of delicate, crystalline devices, not unlike Elias' drawings, but smaller, more refined, are my prototypes for a new generation of chronos sensors. They are far more sensitive, designed to pick up the very subtle, gravimetric anomalies and quantum entanglement that signify a thinning veil. My breath caught in my throat. This was the tangible proof Sarah had sought, the scientific validation we needed. Dr. Lundgren wasn't just a theoretician, she was an inventor, carrying on the practical side of Elias' work. These can detect a thinning veil, Sarah asked, her scientific curiosity overriding any remaining fear. They can detect the precursor energies, Dr. Lundgren affirmed. The subtle distortions that indicate a nexus point is becoming active, that a gate could form. It will give you a warning, time to act, time to intervene. She handed me the wooden box. It felt cool and surprisingly light in my hands, yet contained such immense potential. This is a lot, I said, looking at the maps, the prototypes, the weight of a new purpose. It is a burden, yes, Dr. Lundgren agreed, but also a profound opportunity. You have seen what lies beyond. You cannot unsee it, but now you can choose to become a guardian, to protect what you cherish. The decision, though overwhelming, felt profoundly right. My life had been irrevocably changed. I could not go back to what I was, but I could go forward, armed with this knowledge, with this purpose. So we start by learning these devices, Sarah said, her voice already imbued with her characteristic determination. Understanding their principles, testing them, refining them, and then we follow these maps. We identify the active nexus points. We monitor. And we find others, I added, my gaze meeting Dr. Lundgren's. Others who are receptive, who can be trusted with this knowledge, who will join us. A slow, serene smile spread across Dr. Lundgren's face. Yes, exactly. The keepers of the veil reborn, but this time with a new understanding, not to seek to control, but to protect, to be the silent sentinels. We spent the rest of the day and several more with Dr. Lundgren. She taught us how to calibrate and use her chronos sensors, explaining the nuanced readings, the subtle indications of temporal flux. She shared her own research, her correspondence with Elias, her fears, and her hopes. She introduced us to her few remaining contacts, a quiet astronomer in Chile who meticulously tracked unusual celestial phenomena, a reclusive linguist in Ireland who studied ancient lore for patterns of veil breaches, and a retired seismologist in Japan who noted anomalous tremors that correlated with specific ley lines. These were the scattered remnants of the old keepers, individuals who had quietly dedicated their lives to the fringes of reality. Now, we had the chance to bring them together, to build something new, something stronger. As the days turned into a week, the cottage by the sea became our temporary headquarters. Sarah, with her sharp intellect, quickly grasped the technical intricacies of the chronos sensors, translating Elia's abstract concepts into concrete operational procedures. I, drawing on my instincts and the indelible memory of the watcher, learned to interpret the subtle, almost psychic, feedback from the devices. The river stone, which I kept with me, seemed to resonate faintly whenever a chronos sensor picked up a significant anomaly on Dr. Lundgren's global map. It was a constant, subtle reminder of the power I now wielded and the responsibility it entailed. The exhaustion that had clung to me since the tower began to recede, replaced by a focused energy. The nightmares still came, but they were no longer overwhelming. They were lessons, grim reminders of the stakes, rather than paralyzing terror. This isn't just about protecting humanity from the Watchers, Dr. Lundgren told us one evening as the northern lights danced in the sky outside her window. It's about understanding, about accepting the vastness of the cosmos and our fragile place within it. Elias, in his ambition, opened a door. Now, we must ensure it is never carelessly opened again, and that we are prepared for whatever else might seek to cross. Before we left Sweden, Dr. Lundgren gave me a small, leather-bound notebook, its pages filled with elegant, precise handwriting. These are my notes, my observations, my theories. They complement Elia's S. Together, they form a more complete picture. She embraced me then, a surprisingly strong hug from her frail frame. You have a strength, a resonance that Eris would have admired. Use it wisely. The journey ahead will be long and fraught with unseen dangers, but you will not be alone. Saying goodbye to Dr. Lundgren was like leaving a wise, ancient anchor behind, but we weren't adrift. We were charting a new course. The flight back across the Atlantic felt different, not just a return, but a transition. I was no longer a runaway, but someone with a profound, terrifying, and exhilarating purpose. Sarah sat beside me, poring over Dr. Lundgren's notes, her brow furrowed in concentration, already drafting plans, protocols, and strategies. First thing when we get back, she said, looking up from her notes, we need to set up a secure lab, something completely off-grid. We need to begin testing these sensors in environments that mimic Elia's initial findings. We need to map subtle energy fluctuations across the continent. And we start reaching out to Dr. Lundgren's contacts, I added. We build our network, we learn from them, we share what we know. The scale of the task was immense, but for the first time in weeks, it didn't feel impossible. It felt necessary. Back home, life would never be the same. My urban exploration days were behind me, replaced by a different kind of expedition, into the hidden corners of the world, and into the unseen depths of reality. My photography would take on a new meaning, a way to document the ordinary places that hid extraordinary truths. The little silver locket, still around my neck, felt lighter now, no longer dull. It had been drained of a specific temporal energy, yes, but it had also been imbued with something new, purpose. It was a symbol of my connection to this new world, a reminder of the impossible journey and the incredible responsibility. We found a secluded cabin in a remote area of the Appalachian Mountains, far from any major cities, surrounded by ancient forests and hidden streams. It would be our base, our sanctuary, our laboratory. We set up Dr. Lundgren's Chronos sensors, recalibrating them, learning their nuances. We began reaching out to the scattered remnants of the keepers of the veil, carefully, cautiously, inviting them to join our new initiative. The first few responses were wary, skeptical. But as we shared Elia's journal, Dr. Lundgren's notes, and our own experiences, a quiet understanding began to emerge. The astronomer in Chile sent us his meticulous star charts, annotated with anomalous energy spikes. The linguist in Ireland provided translations of ancient texts that spoke of shadows between worlds. The seismologist in Japan shared his data on unexplained subterranean tremors. We were building something, a new collective, a silent, vigilant guardian force. My truck, the old, trusty vehicle that had carried me to and from the tower, now sat parked outside our new cabin, filled with scientific equipment, maps, and expedition gear. It was no longer just a means of escape, it was a tool for a mission. I stood by the window one evening, looking out at the endless expanse of trees, the sky a tapestry of stars. The veil was still there, thin in places, but now I knew its texture. I knew its vulnerabilities. And I knew that somewhere out there, the Watchers still existed, vast and unseen, eternally drawn to the fragile beauty of our reality. The gate was sealed. The specific threat of Elias Thorne's chronometers was neutralized, but the war, The silent, cosmic war for the integrity of our reality was far from over. It had simply shifted. I was no longer running. I was watching, learning, preparing. The story of Elias Thorne, the mad genius who opened a door to the unimaginable, was just the beginning. My story, the story of a changed urban explorer, was now the next chapter. And it was a story I was ready to live, ready to write, one carefully measured anomaly, one remote nexus point, one whispered warning at a time. The world was both more terrifying and more wonderful than I had ever dared to imagine. And I, against all odds, was now one of its quiet, vigilant keepers.